Guests, please find your seats, sit down, so that we could start, because we are having ahead of us a really exciting event. As you will see, it's a joint event of Group 2 and of FEPS, so I'm really happy that we were able to join forces to go for this very important topic, but let me start with the language regime. We are having interpretation, so you could speak and listen to. So we have active French, German, English, Italian, Spanish, Hungarian, and Polish. And we've got passive, so you can speak but not listen to. Dutch, Portuguese, Greek, Latvian, Lithuanian, Maltese, Slovene, Bulgarian, Romanian, and Croatian. And I would kindly ask you, if taking the floor, please use the languages that have been indicated so that we can really fully use the potential of the interpreters here, and also to give everyone the chance to speak freely and express in the best way. So,
to me.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's good.
Some small ladybird, but in different color here. So, dear Laszlo, dear Isabelle, dear colleagues, speakers, participants, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Workers Group, welcome to our joint conference with FEPS, and thank you for joining us for this important debate. A year ago, when we at the Workers Group were elaborating our priorities for the European elections, we've organized some political debates with politicians, researchers, national trade union members, and the issue of negative impact of AI at the workplace came up repeatedly in our debates, and that was why our group requested to draft an own initiative opinion entitled "For an Artificial Intelligence Pro-Workers, the trade union's role to prevent and minimize the negative impacts on the world of work." Franca, our rapporteur of the opinion, will later explain more details of this opinion. So when FEPS has contacted us to check if we could organize a joint event on this issue, they wanted to present the findings from the transnational survey, comes later in the program. We of course said yes. We agreed to join forces to understand the challenges in terms of job quality, employment, working conditions, health and safety, as well as concerns regarding the strong potential for worker surveillance, to discuss the current EU legal provisions already relevant to the use of AI in the workplace, to serve as a platform for trade unions, politicians, for researchers to discuss AI transformative power, and to identify critical areas necessitating the need to rethink how AI is applied, what actions trade unions can take, and what legislative interventions are needed. And this is what this meeting is about. A year ago, when the ChatGPT appeared, it seems that the artificial intelligence was going to transform the world of work and the world itself. A year later, the revolution is taking place. Some companies already have new programs derived from this technology. They automate simple administrative tasks. Experts predict that AI will take over entire sectors in the fashion industry, in the health sector, in logistics, in the legal and in the administrative sector. Meanwhile, there are fields in which AI is already very much present, one of them being HR recruitment. Tourism, and specifically hotels, are another testing ground already explored by AI. Chatbots are being used a lot in the management and modification of reservations. This technology has not only taken over customers facing tasks, but also been deployed in the housekeeping department, for instance. The infinite applications of AI, in fact, are changing companies of all sizes, which see in these new tools an opportunity to improve their productivity. The potential of AI to free workers from tedious tasks is also particularly important. However, the high capacities available to algorithms are displacing the workers who until now were in charge of these tasks. AI will transform the workplace. Its use will lead to job reorganization and job displacement. Some studies predict that the low-wage workers are 14 times more likely to be affected than higher earners, and that female workforce will be more exposed by advances in generative artificial intelligence compared to men, while older workers are potentially less able to adapt. We therefore believe that legislative initiatives that address workplace issues or those dealing with social policy and working conditions are needed, both preventive, anticipating changes, and corrective, addressing concerns. There is also room for complementary AI governance through social dialogue and collective bargaining. And trade unions have a unique role to play in creating work environments that are much more adapted to people, that the deployment of AI systems follow the human in control principle. This being said, immediately, Laszlo, the floor is yours. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. And on behalf of FEPS, the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, let me also welcome you all. It is a great pleasure, together with Lucie and Isabelle, to open this event, which will eventually conclude with an intervention by the Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicolas Schmit, and FEPS President Maria João Rodrigues. FEPS takes pride in this work on digital policy and the impact of algorithms on industrial relations, workplaces, and society in general. This has been already almost a tradition in our organization to bring together partners, think tanks, foundations in different European Union countries and see the social impact of technological change and to discuss what European policy intervention this transformation necessitates, because it does necessitate interventions. I think while we appreciate and indeed demand technological progress, we also have to be aware all the time of the various types of risks which come from new forms of organizing business, new forms of organizing employment, new forms of organizing or disorganizing social security in various countries. And to follow what has been happening in specific member states and have a kind of cross-country analysis is very important in order to provide advice at the European level for evidence-based policy making. FEPS is not only talking about this, but also presents a number of publications. I hope before you came in the room, you had time to pick up publications like this policy study, but there are many others which present the output of our research. And we are also particularly keen to promote a new book, a primer under the title A Digital Union Based on European Values, written by Ivana Bartoletti, and Ivana is also with us, or will be with us shortly, if she is not yet here. Let me just add that, in my view, it's particularly a right time and the right place to have this discussion today. Why it is the right time? Because this is a transition period in Brussels. We are in between European Parliament elections and the establishment of a new European Commission. And all this happens at the time of the Hungarian presidency. And as you were reminded last week in Strasbourg, it was the previous Hungarian presidency, the very first one, which introduced for the European Union the so-called European semester. Why is this interesting? Because it is the European semester which has connected the economic and the social governance in the European Union. And also in the title of these institutions where we are, the economic and the social appear together. And I think this is a very important and timely warning, that if somebody wants to solve the economic problems of Europe without considering the social dimension, that can only fail. The two needs to be discussed and analyzed together, and social policy needs to be called social policy. It's not preparedness. It's about social rights. It's about social inclusion. And in my view, but this is my private opinion, taking out social from any portfolio titles in the European Union can only send the wrong signal to the member states, where, for example, in some Nordic countries, there are already attacks on the social rights and existing formula of the social dialogue in the national context. So I think there is a lot to discuss about these more general issues, including the institutionalization of governance in the European Union. At the same time, we should not lose focus on the specific questions, because if the insight of the experts, which we welcome today, is discussed and shared, obviously this can provide a very useful and effective input to the policy-making cycle which is ahead of us. This is also one of the functions of FEPS. We are not only discussing, we are always happy to discuss, but at the same time we also have to channel the conclusions of this learning process to the progressive policy makers in this city. And hopefully there will be many, and they will listen to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laszlo. Immediately, Isabelle, to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having the European Trade Union Confederations on board today for this very important event. And thank you for the FEPS, and thank you for the Workers Group of the European Economic and Social Committee. It's always a pleasure, but it's also resourcing for the ETUC to be here, in particular because, as you said, it's not only timely, it's also very important to get the necessary for the protections of workers. 3 times. I said it 3 times. Which is the most important thing in the world, of course, as you know, and for the ETUC, one of its core business. So timely, yes, because we have already achieved 2 milestones, and I would like to strengthen that. We have a platform work directive, which of course is looking at how best to protect those colleagues in the streets, for example, that are kidnapped by business model whereby the business model is based on algorithmic management that not only monitor, but of course assess and surveil disproportionately the workers and take away from those workers a protection, a necessary protections. And I would go even more, we were clearly in the situation of slavery, and we can't afford that in the European Union. We don't want to have that in the European Union, and I think we can't afford it if we want to be in line with the Treaty of the European Union. I just would like to recall that one, because I think it's one of the most important articles of this treaty, the Article 3, so one of the first ones. And the aim of the European Union is, of course, to facilitate and to move towards a social market economy. So the social is the first word, and it's part of a noun which is social market economy. And then comes the adjective, highly competitive. So it's not competitiveness first, and then the rest is a social market economy. It has to be highly competitive. And just to go on with this article, what for? It's for full employment. It's for social progress. It's for full employment. It's for the protections of the workers and the citizens in society. And it is, of course, for the improvement of the environment. So all of that is what should trigger and be the compass for the European Union. And I think we are very on time for securing the protection for workers when it comes to artificial intelligence at the workplace. And this is what is missing from the AI Act. This is the second achievement where we were nearly there, but at once, because it's a product on the market, false legal base, oops, we can't address the workplace. And if we address it, it's in a way of a significant risk. And here again, an additional obstacle for us to be able to protect the workers. So yes, we are timely here for discussing indeed the next steps. And of course, the next step is rightly put in the title. Is it about computer in common? No, it's about human in common. I think we have to be very clear about that. And of course, it's not just a consequence. We have to have a preventive attitude and actions towards preventing any harm done to the workers. And here we are not just speaking about a handful of, I would say, rights. We are speaking about human rights. We are speaking about the dignity at the workplace. I mentioned slavery, but I think we were really close to slavery. And we are speaking about fundamentals, which is the data today, and the data and the consent that should be given by workers and supported by their trade unions, which is not there. So your data, your personal data, your dignity, are used and abused, are sold by businesses, or are abused in terms of I collect your data, but I don't tell you what I do with it. And I think it is not acceptable. And sometimes it's business done on that. So clearly here, thank you for these discussions, because we need evidence to make the case for more legislations and in particular for better protection for workers.
Thank you very much, Isabelle. I mean, what we are demonstrating here, joining the forces, different stakeholders, just, concentrating on the issue, which is definitely a mega trend of today. Without any further delay, Phoebe, Futures of Work Professor, University of Essex, the floor is yours. If you could make it within 15 minutes so that we could then have some question and answers round, would be brilliant.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. I hope it'll be 15 minutes. I was told 15 to 20, so let's try to get these ideas out there. And thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to be invited by the European Economic and Social Committee, in particular the Workers Group. This is an excellent opportunity for us to share our points and look at what's at stake for workers. And of course, with the Foundation for European Progressive Studies as part of the organizing team and who has invited me today, I just want to extend my gratitude, and I'm looking forward to the discussions that hopefully will follow after my provocative statements. Okay, so I have been introduced. I am Professor Phoebe Moore. I work at the University of Essex. I also do a lot of work with the International Labour Organization, and I have got to the point where I am today to talk about algorithmic affect management on the basis of becoming very interested in the way that certain areas of human subjectivity and workers' subjectivity are now being tracked, traced, monitored, and used. And I'm very interested in what the problems in social protections for working data subjects are as they are emerging. And I have a report that's to be published this week, all being well, which introduces issues with biometric tracking at work. Again, with the incentive not just to look at biometric tracking for identification, as we understand maybe your home address or even somewhere you are with using GPS, but more than that, more tracking and monitoring than just your identification or where you are, but also what you are feeling and maybe in the future what you are thinking. So this we are finding problematic potentially. This will be published by the Institute for the Future of Work, and I will discuss some of the findings that we have from that. So I'll start with talking about the right to the subject, and then discuss the algorithmic affect management, and then tell you what we think in terms of rights for the left could be. Okay, now the COVID-19 pandemic, we don't really hear about that as much anymore, but actually it accelerated the rise of course, remote working, and this also can be paired with the rise in the use of management-led data gathering and usage. And one study found that bossware increased by threefold. This is a study that was conducted in 2021, and this has not slowed down. A 2019 survey of 239 large corporations found that more than 50% of corporations were using some form of non-traditional monitoring, and this included analysis of the text of workers' emails, sometimes for the use of sentiment analysis, as it's called, to understand how they're working, how their workforce is feeling, as well as scrutiny of social media use, looking at the activities during meetings, and gathering other kinds of biometric data. We'll be familiar with these things now with the use of various types of platforms for both handling recording meetings and carrying out new things like even transcriptions. Now, the rationales that have been offered by companies for doing so have ranged from monitoring wellness and fitness to protecting trade secrets and cybersecurity reasons. The third being productivity optimization, and of course, safety and health being at the top of the agenda, which I fully support. But again, where do we find the nefarious usage? One example, in February just this year, 2024, in the UK, the ICO has actually ordered Serco Leisure to stop using biometric facial recognition technologies to monitor the attendance of their workers. This had been rolled in without full consent, of course. The UK not being subject to EU law in the same way as we once were means we can be a kind of a testing bed for what happens when the automatic supposed use of the harmonized functionality for EU instruments or the directives are at play. So what this means also is we need to really keep an eye on it, which we have been doing with the ICO, and particularly in these areas which I'm talking about as having a function to play for social relationality. Now, the other dystopian sounding project, which is iBorder Control, which you have been familiar with in 2022, and at this point, the EU was spending money on experimenting with kinds of automated systems that actually were trying to find out the emotions of people at the EU's borders. So again, this has a citizenship question, as well as a worker question, as well as a consumer question that we need to be asking. So what I'm arguing is it's the right to the subject that's at stake, or agency via personal subject formation outside of bilateral profiling. Okay, so this is the data coming out of our report. So what we looked at here is we had 380 worker respondents who've experienced some kind of algorithmic affect management. And I think you can understand affect having to do with emotion recognition and other kinds of biometric, more invasive forms. So this went from 2022 to 2023. And what we found were the trends in techno-stress. So actually nearly 40% of the workers who've reported experiencing the adoption of these technologies were collecting things to do with their fatigue, supposedly, or other forms of something physiological, as well as the emotional side. And across all three factors of health, safety, and well-being, the majority of survey respondents did not agree that AAM, as we call it, Algorithmic Affect Management, has had any kind of positive psychosocial impact. And across each question, around 45% of the respondents disagreed that such technologies positively impacted their health, safety, and their well-being, and less than 10% agreed that it has a positive impact. So again, we're getting empirical data here. The tools that are discussed, this is going to be quite a useful potential report. I think so too. I think it'll be a useful report because we've also got a range of product surveys. And given right now with the AI Act in force by next August, any of the technologies that are trying to do this kind of investigation or this kind of tracking will need to go to a simulated testing environment. So the sandboxes should be implemented by next August. And once again, the UK not automatically being subject to this. Nonetheless, we already have a sandbox that we are discussing, which we're offering to companies who'd like to have analysis of their tools. So that's going to be really interesting in terms of the regulative sandbox, but we've got a whole range of these here, and I think this also helps us to defend our point that this is not really going anywhere, and companies are very interested in using these kinds of technologies. Okay, so just to give you an idea also of what the technologies are intending to do, I've already mentioned the monitoring emotions, but for example, Karen Livy has done some work on this as well, whereby there's been a lot of the trialing in this arena for in logistics for truck drivers to understand the physical and mental health of drivers. So again, there's some really strong potential for positive usage, and even within the AI Act, this is the rationale that can be used for lawfulness if a product is intended for release into the market. So you've got mindful meetings, so this is intended to intercept when a video meeting link is made available. The link inquires the kind of meditation a meeting attendee would like to do for 2 minutes before entering the meeting. So this could be very nice for entering a meeting after some mindfulness. So again, this could be quite positive for psychosocial and mental health for workers. And there's also sentiment analysis. We've already started to talk about that a little bit. There's data scraping that is already being carried out, which has been proselytized as really a good functionality for employers to identify, using the back end, their emotional state of their working environment. Okay, let's get a little philosophical now. What's at stake? Who are you? This is hard enough to determine without the constant nudges, notifications, and experiences that you are having at a daily basis. But what I'm trying to argue is that at this point, what's at stake is that you've got an entire new possibility for the bilaterality to include a new actor which has effectively or supposedly a more objective measure than a human. And this could create tension, particularly when there's not really the right to consent, which I'm arguing. So if we are talking from the Gramscian point of coercion plus consent, where we may have had a hegemony in a liberal society, where we may have understood that some privacy was still our right, now I'm arguing consent is almost impossible to achieve. So what does that mean? We're having coercion and not consent, which is actually on the way to domination. And if we're talking about this in terms of a working environment, this is really what's at stake, is the democratic potential for workers to have any say in what happens next. So the argument also, can you really bring your authentic self to work? We already were wondering this. Meta has put this out several times. You really can be yourself at work. This is encouraged. Botansky and Chiapello talked about the projects. This was part of a whole new agenda around the positive dimensions to work. Whereas, what is your right to be misrecognized? What is your right to be recognized? What is your right to not be misrecognized? So when we're talking about recognition, the bilaterality that comes about through the achievement of the self, with or without yourself being in the working environment. So if we think in a democratic society we should have the right to recognition, again, when a machine is introduced, to what extent do I get to make that decision, and to what extent is that decision made for me? And then also, often what is not measured is more important for productivity and for well-being than what is. And that's part of social reproduction, which comes out of feminist literature. So I've already started to allude to data colonialism. So there are researchers talking about this. What's at stake with colonial unknowing? So Frantz Fanon in 1952 talked about how colonialism requires there to be an absenting of the colonized. So this could have to do with both land and resources, but also your own right to subjectivity. So once the colonized and their set of needs and their subjectivity is absented, this can be argued to be a kind of a data grabbing, as it's called by Coldry and Mejia. And we have a whole range of researchers talking about this. We have Nancy Fraser talking about recognition, or do we have the right to recognition, or redistribution? So which is more important right now? So these are the kinds of questions that I'm trying to ask. Can everything now be managed, simplified, even eliminated without our consent? So I'm putting at the top of the agenda, and I think that the European Union and the Economic and Social Committee and the Workers Group, the most important things to be looking at in terms of data rights is what is in fact wrong with the framework of understanding for rights. And this could have to do with the placing of emphasis on the victim rather than actually creating a situation of questioning for abuse of power, for accountability. So why is it that workers are entering the employment relationship without a meaningful opportunity for consent? Nor do they have a meaningful opportunity for refusal, right? So these are the kinds of things we need to actually ask questions about. There's a kind of a privatization of the concept of consent itself, because where data is property, as is written into law, so if just because I have access to my data, is it my property? Do I have actually the right to do anything with it? So there's a very clear possibility for victimization. And this all feeds back into the worker in that working environment, in the working relationship, in the employment relationship, where you are granted property rights, supposedly, these are not understood as being part of a community. There's a high extent of individualization, where working data subjects can also only access rights if they already have, let's say, citizen rights. So there's an assumption of an existing canon of rights for a data subject who is a working data subject for their capacity and their competences to enter a situation of access to their own rights. It's easier to control an individual than it is to control a group. I don't have to convince the workers group that, but individualization clearly is a threat for social protection in the working environment, given data extraction is on the rise, and potentially we can call this hyper-extraction, given what I talked about, which can also be compared in terms of a digital transition to a green transition. And this is the kind of work that I'm doing right now, is to make these equivalences, to say we are experiencing methodologically forms of hyper-colonialism, hyper-extraction of data, where in fact big tech is actually regulating the world around themselves. They are not subject to regulation, except for after having gone through a lot of different rounds of investigation. And the truth.
Microphone.
Being enough? Against it. Okay, great. I think we're nearly at the end anyway, so I just wanted to put these particular notes up because Radha de Souza and also Gargarella, who is is a legal scholar in Argentina. So there's a lot of research coming out of the Global South in asking the questions about what is wrong with rights in general. The question is, do human rights frameworks actually change the structure within which they are operating? And often they do not. And I've given you some of the reasons why not, because of the reliance on individualization, on competition, and on competences not necessarily needing access to the multiplicity of social relations, as well as the whole canon of different kinds of rights that are necessary. And I'm going to finish with my thesis on data rights for the left. So the right to sociality and integrity, this also comes out of Coldry's work with the concept of integrity. The right to recognition, that of course comes out of Alex Honneth's work. And to not be recognized, and that there should be an absence of inference. Inference is not yet protected from, but the reality is that when there is a data set and what happens in the back office, in the even virtual working environment, it's very hard to say whether a manager is making a decision based on data that they've had access to that isn't because you are sick, you are black, you are a person of color, you are the wrong, you are pregnant. These kinds of things, even socially protected characteristics, it's very difficult to pin down when those kinds of decisions are made by virtue of this the mishap for the social relations question that I'm asking. Okay, so the right to redistribution. So this has more to do with the economic dimension, but this is something, again, I've already mentioned. Honneth and Fraser have done a very interesting book where they speak to each other about to what extent the right to identity, as I'm referring to subjectivity, to the right to be the self, to have access to making decisions about who I am, whether it's in the working environment or whether it's in a shop. The point is to say, you know, those rights are lost, not only because we don't have access to the other rights around that, which might have an economic value, but also because we're facing an objective, supposed data extractivist methodology, which leaves out considerations for the vulnerable who are workers. Okay, so right to meaningful and informed consent and right to refusal, I've already mentioned, and the right to risk depiction and the right to safety, rather than just an assumption that the risk categories themselves only have a product orientation as they are within the AI Act, but actually have a meaningful impact for workers. And this actually will help you to think about this, and then I'll end with this. Subjects at risk. So I only put here a consuming data subject and a working data subject that's in a publication from last year from me. And my argument is that the loss of livelihood, when you enter the kind of relationship that is required, where there are cookies or whether you are saying what kind of data you would like or not like to be collected about yourself and in cyberspace and the internet, loss of livelihood, psychosocial violence, exploitation, depersonalization, and algorithmic management. So clearly the consuming data subject and the working data subject face different risks in that social relation. So this is what I've outlined, and this is not a final kind of set of decisions, because clearly there are a whole range of instances and contexts that need to be discussed for these. But my main argument is that access to data, and I've already referred to that previously in terms of whether that's property or not. If you are a consumer entering this environment, you have access to the data, or you are a worker and you have access to the data, what happens next? So the ex post aspect of all these kinds of decisions needs to be really kept in mind. Whereas ex ante is not going to be enough. We need to think about the loss of livelihood for workers as we enter a new kind of data extraction relationship. We need to think carefully about what that means in terms of people being able to enjoy and have access to well-being and a living environment, whether that's at work or in their homes or in a store or on a train. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say. I put some of the references on this slide, and I'm more than happy to talk about any of these things with you in the question and answer. And I hope I kept the time. So thank you.
Lovely.
Marvelous. Thanks very much for having me again.
Thank you very much, Phoebe, for this really extremely inspiring and rather, I would say, opening still, the new boxes of unknown, unexpected things to do. But we are having lovely 12 minutes for comments, questions and answers, so we can take 3-4 questions, comments. So I've got to do it through. Anyone else still? Okay. Okay, so we start with Dumitru, then the lady over there, then Manolo, and more or less that's it. Please switch off the mic. Lovely. If you could keep it within 2 minutes, Dumitru, so that it's a reasonable debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for this very, very interesting event and very timely. It's about what Ms. Moore said. We worked here in the committee on these issues, and one of the opinion was on digital identity, data sovereignty. We approach a little bit these aspects during the pandemic period, where the rights has been a little bit shrinking and the citizen has been very concerned. But I have the questions related with the system which we are building, because in Western society and so-called civilized society, which we like to call it ourselves, we build this digital system which if you are not in it, you are out. So if you are out, what kind of alternatives you have? If we just look what is happening here in Brussels, for example, the environment for having access to cash, to your own money, it's more and more complicated. We have many banks here which they destroy their own ATMs, and now if you want to have access to cash, you have to walk all over Brussels. But this is a mere aspect. If it's coming somebody from a underdeveloped area of the world and it's traveling to Europe, imagine what will happen with him when will not be able to identify himself with biometrics, with banking identity, documents and so on. So the things are complicated. So do we have the right to maintain an alternative system to what is called digital virtual reality? Because the impression it's not. We will not have this right. And this in Kai-Fu Lee books and others, Ray Kurzweil, they speak about this. The right will be the obligation to be connected, and not necessarily our right to be disconnected, as we are fighting in the unions and in other organizations. So this is just a reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dumitru. The lady over there, please go ahead. No, sorry. I cannot see that well, distance, and you are too blonde.
Thank you. Hi, my name
Sorry.
is Johannes Anttila from the think tank Demos Helsinki. My question begins with kind of a, let's say, notion that for me, the introduction of these algorithmic management systems as work creates this sort of Ouroboros-like vicious cycle, where at the same time, these systems are gathering and are based on data that is being exhausted or generated by workers, and this value that is created from this data is not being shared with workers. While at the same time, the data that is generated through these different algorithmic management systems is then, again, being repurposed for kind of implemented without negotiation or consent, and again, repurposed for further domination of these workers. Now, what I really liked about your kind of framework about rights for the left, for me, this sounds like an opening for also maybe for unions to be some sorts of data stewards and move away from this atomistic or individualistic conception of rights or data rights of only a worker, a single worker, but rather maybe opens up a sort of, a role for unions to build data trusts that could build this sort of data power to combat the power of the employer. So I wanted to hear if you'd explored the sort of role of unions as a framework for building this sort of rights for the left. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and again, my apologies. Manolo, you've got the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Lucy. Good afternoon. Yes, we're getting into an area here that's very unknown. We have to look at and consider different revolutions and big changes that have happened over the last centuries. There's a delicate point that we have to address, and it's quite dangerous. And it's to do with different aspects and the evolution of the industrial revolution and databases. All of this is going to mean an increase in productivity. But at the moment, we're not actually capable to cope with some of this. And a first position is that we're going to need better democratization in the labour market. We're going to need workers to take more part in decision-making processes in the workplace, and there are studies on this. A second point, these big changes that involve longer working hours are concerning, and this is something we have to bear in mind. When it comes to upping productivity, this means that we're going to need a greater volume of workers to do this. And a third point, this is to do with jobs and positions and people's well-being. Well-being needs to be ensured as part of this new model. It needs to be socially acceptable whilst remaining productive and competitive. This is a complicated landscape that we're considering for workers. Workers are not disposable, and they shouldn't be. When it comes to collective decisions, they're not often included, and that's not right. I don't want to be depressing, but these are points I feel that we have to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Manolo. And there was still last question over there, the gentleman. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question for Professor Moore. I think that when I've seen the slides, there is a kind of implicit assumption that the data is in hands of platforms, which is the reality, and then we discuss whether what we can do with this data, which is, I don't know, Facebook, Booking, Comment, and other platforms. But the question is, have you ever considered another approach when instead of discussing what do we do with data, which we already gave to all these platforms, instead of that, to return data from platforms to people? That's the idea from probably expressed by Tim Berners-Lee, also of the web technology. And if people have data in their hands in the first place, then we don't have any discussions about do we own data, we just own, and then we allow or we don't allow different platforms to handle the data. So the change of the whole structure probably will lead to completely different discussions. And it's not a theory, it's already developed by European Data Space Project and Tim Berners-Lee Project. So we do see developments where we aim to change the structure where platforms have data. So probably instead of discussing the current situation, we may start discussing what we can do if we change the whole setup.
Thank you very much. Interesting comments and questions. So 4 minutes for you.
Yeah, no problem. That's good. Oh, it's working. Okay, cool. Well, those are really important and interesting questions. Thank you very much for posing those. And they give me a really good chance to also discuss a bit more in terms of my views, particularly on consent, which of course, within GDPR is the first criteria for lawfulness, and it's become pretty well known, and the EDPB, Data Protection Board, has of course had to come back on a lot of these things too, and has actually said, you know, it may just simply be the case that workers cannot meaningfully consent to data being collected about them, which in my view means that we are discriminating, we are treating workers unfairly based on the fact that one of those criteria cannot be used to defend themselves, as it were. So, you know, consent and is a really big one in terms of social relationality. So you've pointed out data literacy and the lack of this, as it were, but on the converse from that is some people may not want data literacy. And I think we're getting to this point socially and also within the working environment that people are saying, this looked like some kind of panacea or some kind of transformative, and I think the transformative potential is there, but it's getting to the point of that obstacle around what can be refused is becoming increasingly important, and that will take democratic spirit, that will take organizing, that will take people in unions, in works councils, of course, where co-determination is part of the framework of data, in fact, literate stewards, shop stewards who can, first of all, put the pressure there for data trust, for access to the data, and meaningfully interpret it and meaningfully use it in collective bargaining and for usage. So I'm arguing for trained data stewards, so digitally literate technical experts on every single governing board, on every with worker orientation. And this is the kind of thing I think we should be arguing for, because it really will matter for negotiation purposes. So that just because they even if there is access, what can you do with it? And this needs to be interpreted into and operationalized into something useful for defensive workers. Your question around data platforms, your questions around productivity, democratization. We haven't really talked about automation, but that's clearly an issue. How can we channel automation into ways that does actually replace the work that is tedious, that is not healthy psychosocially or physically for workers? Do we need more exoskeletons in factories? So that's the kind of automation that I'm defending. But if what we're talking about is returning data from the platforms to people as a kind of one of the ways of making these frameworks better, I mean, I don't link that automatically with automation, but what I would say is I really appreciate your support in talking about these things as we need to get a grip on the democratic potential for the future discussions around these things. Where is the social dialogue, and where is our co-education sphere for carrying these things out? And that's what I think can probably provide a nice segue to the communication that we're having here for the next few hours. So thanks again for having me.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It has been a brilliant opening of minds as well for all of us. So I would kindly ask ourselves, with the exception of David and Isabelle, to leave this table, and kindly ask Cinzia, Ignacio, Yolanda, Franca, Magnus, Nicola and Max to come up here to the podium so that we can proceed. And I'm passing over to David for moderating the next part of our agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thanks to you, and thanks to the staff of the Economic and Social Committee, and thanks particularly to the team led by Yolanda Torres Revenga of the Workers Group for the great support and leadership in the organization of this meeting. I'm talking while we, facilitate the shift, and this is exactly the moment in which we get together, if you want, between the thinking hub of the social democratic family, FEPS, the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, supported by the important collaboration with plenty of like-minded organizations. Let me mention TIDEN, Sevea, Agenda, Kalevi Sorsa Foundation in Finland, the Economic Council of the Labour Movement in Denmark, the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, SAMAK, among the members that have collaborated with FEPS in this research. And it's a way in which we link together a policy study, a work done by an organization where we have to come up with inspiring and useful work, to the real political work done by the committee here and done by the trade unions, in which you are consulting and pushing our union to go in the right direction. So they have been already partly introduced, but let me do it even more formally, and in a way in which I take pride for being with you all in this great panel. To my left, Franca Salis Madinier is not only the vice president of the Workers Group and also the national secretary of the French Democratic Confederation of Labour, but you are also the rapporteur on the Economic and Social Committee opinion on algorithmic management, and we will hear from you where is the politics of the opinion going and what we can reach. To her left, I'm very happy to have Magnus Thoren Jensen from Sevea, based in Copenhagen. Has been the lead researchers of the FEPS and the Nordic Partners digital program, and he will kick off this discussion with a presentation. Then, of course, to my left, Yolanda. I don't think you need a presentation here. You might need, you know, all of our participants. It's your home. And then we have my far left, Max Ube, head of unit from the Future of Work and Youth Employment at the European Commission, DG Employment. Nicola Kontouris from the University College London, where he's teaching labor law and European law. Isabelle Schömann, we've heard from her, Deputy General Secretary at the European Trade Union Confederation. And then to the right, instead, Ignacio González Vázquez from the Joint Research Center, the European Commission, one of the organizations leading the research on algorithmic management. And last but not least, Cinzia Del Rio, on top of being from Unione Italiana Lavoratori, she's the president here at the Economic and Social Committee of the Session for Employment, Social Affairs and Citizenship. So also responsible of linking this talk with the broader approach on social rights. We kick in, bear with us, because we have two slightly longer presentations, one from Magnus and one from Franca, about 10 minutes, 8-10 minutes each. Magnus, you go first with the presentation of the study, because when, as FEPS, we approach the issue, okay, what we have to do on algorithmic management, we had a revolutionary thought. Our thought was, let's ask workers. So part of our study is literally, okay, dear worker, what is your perception of algorithmic management? And we have now the results to show to you. Magnus, you have the floor.
That's better. And I even have this to change. Okay, thanks a lot. I'm Magnus Thoren Jensen. I'm a researcher at the Danish think tank Sevea, and I was the lead researcher for this report. That we did a large survey study under the digital program, and I'll just give you a quick overview over our main results. Our main question we asked in the report was, what consequences does algorithmic management have for workers who are subjected to it? And what I mean by algorithmic management, it's a word that's been used a lot today. I just wanted to say what I mean when I say it, and what we mean in the report. It is when tasks and functions that are traditionally performed by human managers are instead carried out by a computer system. So it's a quite broad definition that we are working with. It's a survey among union members in Sweden, Norway, Finland and Denmark. We have around 6,000 respondents in the survey. And these are the 5 unions in the 4 countries that we collaborated with, helped us distribute the survey among their members. And we had 2 main target groups. we targeted the survey for warehouse workers and customer service telemarketing workers. And we examined 8 different forms of algorithmic management. That is 8 different tasks or functions that could potentially be performed by a computer instead of a human being. The first one is task allocation. Is there a computer deciding which tasks each employee should handle? And we were asking these questions for all the respondents in the survey, and they had the opportunity to say that they know this is happening, or at least think that is happening at their workplace. I'll just go quickly through them without stopping too much up with the numbers. The next one was shift scheduling. Is there a computer deciding who works when? And these are the shares that know or thinks knows or thinks that it takes place at their workplace. The third one was tracking, automatic tracking of working time. Is there a computer tracking when the workers are working and when they're taking breaks automatically? 40%. Is there a computer tracking the location, the whereabouts of the workers? 27% said that was the case at their workplace. And we take the next 4, just to give you an idea what we included in the study when we say algorithmic management first. Monitoring computer activity. Is there a computer monitoring the screens of the workers? Maybe as an example, looking at what websites they're visiting. Is there a computer monitoring the work speed, how fast they work? Is there a computer monitoring and evaluating the performance, the quality of the work? And lastly, is there a leaderboard in place at the workplace that compares the performance of the employees? So we had these 8 different forms of algorithmic management, and this is our main explanatory variable. We gathered all of these 8 into one index, measuring the degree of algorithmic management taking place at each respondent's workplace. And as you can see, the numbers are quite high. And that was actually the part of the strategy to aim the survey at these 2 target groups, warehouse workers and customer service telemarketing workers, in order to have a substantial amount of algorithmic management to analyze on, because we wanted to see what the consequences is of this algorithmic management. That was the main purpose of the study. So we had this index going from 0 to 1. 0 means no algorithmic management at all, and 1 means that they are exposed to every one of these 8 different forms of algorithmic management. And we saw what consequences it had. And we look at the literature on algorithmic management, and there is a long list of different potential consequences that is proposed in the previous literature, and most of it is case studies, and there's nothing wrong with case studies, but it's not very good at saying something about systematic consequences. So we wanted to take some of the consequences that were mentioned the most and examine them more systematically in this survey study. The first one was the degree of autonomy. And I just have a simple illustration because of the lack of time we have here. But we found a very significant, highly significant, and quite strong negative effect on the degree of autonomy. So the more algorithmic management the workers experience in their work, the lesser the degree of autonomy they feel. The next one was trust between management and employees. We found a strong negative effect, highly significant as well. The third one was job satisfaction and motivation. Another negative effect. We saw that workers exposed to a lot of algorithmic management were less satisfied with their job and were less motivated. The fourth was workload. Here we saw a strong decrease associated with algorithmic management. Workers exposed to a lot of algorithmic management felt more busy, felt a higher burden, a higher workload. We also saw that it was associated with a higher level of stress among the workers exposed to a lot of algorithmic management. And the last consequence was a higher level of job insecurity. And all of these effects are quite substantial and highly significant. And just want to address that, of course, we have to mention that it's difficult to be completely sure about the causality in these kinds of studies. We did control for a number of possible confounders, a number of control variables, but we cannot make sure that there's not some unobserved heterogeneity. It could be that, for instance, the kind of companies that implement a lot of algorithmic management are also the kind of companies that had bad working environments in the first place. But I think we get a long way with this study, and it's quite clear evidence that at least there's a strong correlation. It's easy to get a bit pessimistic about the prospects of algorithmic management with these results, but there's also reason to be optimistic, because we looked also at possible moderators. Is there differences in the effects if we look at different contexts? And we found that there is. If we look at companies with a high and low level of employee influence respectively, the effects differ substantially. So we split the sample in two, roughly said, and if we look at the companies with the low level of employee influence, we saw all of these negative adverse consequences, even stronger than the ones I presented before. But if we look instead at the companies with a high level of employee influence, we can actually see that some of the negative effects disappear. There's no effect on the level of autonomy, trust, job satisfaction, and also the effect on heightening the workload is a lot smaller in these kind of companies. There's still an effect on stress and job insecurity, so it looks like it's not possible to avoid the consequences altogether, but they might be mitigated or maybe prevented, some of them. And these are the estimates split in the two types of companies. Just summing up, I'll just repeat my three main points from this short presentation. The first one is that algorithmic management is already quite widespread in many workplaces within these two sectors, warehousing and customer service telemarketing. The second, the use of algorithmic management appears to have several negative consequences for employees, at least in the way that it is implemented today. And the third one, the positive one, is that high employee involvement and actually also transparency in management decisions can prevent or mitigate some of these consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Magnus, for the entire work on the research and for the clarity of the presentation. I think that we benefited a lot from that, and I think it's perfect to pass the floor to Franca to ask you, and then what? Now that we know that there are consequences, we have actually already lobbying, and we have seen that there is a chance in the political guidelines of the Commission that we can have an initiative on algorithmic management. You have in due time already started the Economic and Social Committee with your opinion. What is the political ground that we are navigating?
Je vais parler français.
I'll be speaking French. So welcome everybody.
Donc déjà merci.
So, first of all, thank you for the introduction and for all the speakers this afternoon. And thanks for this report. It's very useful in order to understand that we need to have proof when we ask for improvement of regulation. So this type of a report provides the proof that we need, because we know things are happening, but here we have clear evidence. So my name is Franca Salis Madinier, and I published a book in January 2022, just a few months before ChatGPT went on the market, and it was called AI at Work, and how this will affect the rights of workers. So as you can see, technology just goes so fast. It's one of the characteristics of it. The artificial so-called intelligence develops pretty fast, but it is not continuously evolving digitally the way we have seen it in previous decades. The power of for computers to calculate things and the data they can hold is growing exponentially. And now we have different varieties of artificial intelligence, especially what we call generative artificial intelligence. It means that this technology is spread all over the place, not only on platforms. A few years ago, we thought it was only platform workers who would be affected by this type of management and control. But now we can see that it's very quickly spreading. For example, in 2023 in France, there were 16,000 complaints at the National Commission for Computing and Liberties. So 16,000, which came from workers on abusive control at work. This was a great increase from the year before. So, I am now a rapporteur, and I'm preparing an opinion from Group 2 called Artificial Intelligence in Favor of Workers. So how do we make sure that it doesn't have the risks that it could have? And however, it should also bring some opportunities. We can't deny that. And how can we regulate all of this? Now, I mention all this because this technology, like all technology, has two faces. It's very interesting and useful, but it also has some risks, some old and some new. For example, inequality. Artificial intelligence has increased inequalities over the past 2 decades between people with more and less qualifications, and it's led to a salary gap, a gap in the status of employees. Generative artificial intelligence could be an opportunity to bridge that gap and to help less qualified workers. So we're not against this technology, but why is AI introduced in a company? Its goal is key. I can introduce AI in a bank in order to fire people. I can introduce AI in a bank in order to increase the quality of work of my employees, those who meet people and need to have personal links with people. So it's not deterministic. The effects depend on how we negotiate its use and the goals of these technologies when they're introduced. So this was this is one of the first premises of the work that I'm working on, the opinion I'm working on. So we can't predetermine what will happen. And if we are well prepared, we can influence the effects of whatever technology. Magnus here spoke about autonomy, surveillance, automatic decisions, and all of this is not neutral, it's not deterministic, but we need to be able to say, all right, we're introducing this technology, now let's talk about it, let's negotiate, but what is the goal? Why are we introducing it? What will the impact be on men, women, seniors, young people? We need a real discussion, and we need to have social dialogue. Now, is social dialogue enough? In France, there were 280,000 agreements negotiated since September. Only 240 have a few paragraphs covering artificial intelligence. So currently it's basically non-existent in negotiations. And now I'll go to the second part of my premises. We are in a situation right now in Europe where Europe over-regulates. And because of this over-regulation, we are falling behind China and the United States. So the question arises, is regulation the main cause for the fact that Europe is falling behind China and the United States? And I think the answer is no from my side. Yes, we need to invest more. The Draghi report mentions the fact that Europe doesn't invest enough, and that American companies, for example, such as Google and others, simply can't be overtaken by Europe. Europe needs to focus on market segments where it can do well, but we can't catch up with the big names. Now, why am I bringing this up? We have a lot of regulation today, and I think that we should not just regulate for regulation's sake. Instead, we need to see what do we have in Europe. Is regulation pertinent in order to overcome challenges, the new challenges that arise from this technology? For example, GDPR, as my colleague said, is not well adapted. It wasn't created for the working world. Some parts of it can be applied, but not all. A worker that has been hired and whose employer says, can I collect your data, all your data at work? Is the employee in a situation where he or she can say, no, I don't authorize you, I want full control over my data? It's not an even playing scale. So these asymmetries do not allow for free consent. In fact, we don't even ask for consent for the use of people's data. And then there's the legitimate interest of a company that's in the GDPR, and many companies claim that they have a legitimate interest in using whatever data. So perhaps the legislation needs to be adapted, perhaps with specific guidelines as to how they should be interpreted or adapted to today's working world, because things are changing quickly. Now, there's the AI Act, another example, and as Isabelle said earlier, it wasn't created for today's working world. It was created for the use of AI platforms, and they focused on that. What tools do we use? How do we use them? But there's a chapter that says employees should be informed when we use this in HR. Is that enough? Will this cover all aspects, all risks? Well, perhaps we need to adapt the AI Act and similar legislation. And there's the regulation on consultation on information. Is that adapted? This directive is quite old now, and it says that employees need to be informed when new technologies are introduced or there's a restructuring in systems. If I introduce this pen in a company, I know that this is technology that will not change ever. These are the effects of having this pen, and they'll always be the same. But if I introduce artificial intelligence, it'll learn and transform and change. So we need to constantly verify what it's doing. So these are questions, open-ended questions. And of course, I'm open to debate. Thank you for your attention.
Franca. Un grand merci pour ton intervention.
Thank you, Franca.
Inspiring, actually. It's great to see that you are leading on this subject. I wanted to inform that we have two colleagues from the European Commission, and maybe I thought, okay, we can maybe start with one and conclude with the other one, giving you a little bit of responsibility maybe at the end, even if it's not super easy in this moment to respond. But maybe let me bring in first Ignacio Gonzalez Vasquez, because at the Joint Research Center you have been carrying out a lot of research on the topic. So from you we might have additional food for thought and additional clarities on the implication and consequences of algorithmic management. Floor to you.
Okay, good afternoon, and many thanks for organizing this fantastic event, and also to FEPS for the two very insightful studies that are being presented. They are very much welcome in a moment where algorithmic management is very high in the agenda. At the same time, there are still evidence gaps that need to be addressed, and that's also what we're working on, as you're saying. In the Joint Research Center of the Commission, we have a sort of longer-term research project on the changing nature of work. And as part of that project, we've been working for quite some time on algorithmic management, originally as a sort of characteristic feature of work mediated through digital labor platforms. That is a phenomenon that by now is well known and also regulated. Now, what we've been concerned about more recently is the expansion of algorithmic management technologies and practices into sort of traditional, more conventional work settings in all kinds of sectors and organizations across the EU. And what we do now in terms of research, we're basically covering two fronts. First, data. There is still a lack of data about the prevalence of algorithmic management and digital monitoring in the EU, and we're working on that right now in collaboration with the colleagues in DG Employment. And second, we're also doing quite a lot of qualitative research. Why? In a context where we're talking about a sort of a relatively recent and quickly evolving phenomenon, it's very important to get the concepts and the definitions right. And for that, it is essential to understand, get an in-depth understanding of what is actually going on in reality. And so in-depth case studies, talking to workers, but also employers, technology specialists, are particularly useful in this regard. So we've been doing quite a lot of case studies in collaboration with ILO, and there are other institutions that are doing them also. So again, there are still research gaps. At the same time, there is an emerging body of evidence on algorithmic management in Europe, and so what I will do is make like 3 quick points based on our recent research and what we've seen so far. First, in terms of the technologies. So, the technologies we've been looking at are a broad range of digital technologies that can have important effects in terms of work organization, in terms of working conditions, job quality, industrial relations. Now, these are technologies that can range from very simple digital general purpose technologies, depending how they are implemented in the workplace, to highly sophisticated software tools, whether they are AI powered or not, and this is important in a moment where we are all talking about the impacts of AI. There are algorithmic management technologies that are not AI powered and can have significant effects on working conditions and the work organization. There are also technologies that do not have an explicit intended purpose to be used for work coordination, but still have effects in terms of work organization and working conditions. And we have examples of that. Now, what these technologies have in common is that they all embed a very strong intrinsic potential to be to collect data on workers, and therefore they also embed a strong intrinsic potential to be used as powerful tools of control in the workplace. Now, this is not to say that all of these technologies are pervasive and all of them have very negative effects. Something we see in sort of the body of research that is emerging is that the effects of these technologies are quite diverse. So, we have examples in the case studies of harmful consequences for workers. They have been well described by Magnus and also in the case studies by FEPS. Our case studies also show some evidence of negative implications for workers. But the effects are diverse and they are very much sector-specific and context-specific. And we also have positive examples. Some of the case studies we did in the healthcare sector in France, for example, I mean, those are examples that there is scope for win-win solutions for employers and workers, where technologies can be introduced and can have positive effects in terms of work organization without negative consequences for workers and even positive consequences for workers. This is possible. And so the question, and this would be my third point, is how do we make this happen? An argument that we usually make, a sort of cross-cutting sort of finding from all of our research on digitalization in the workplace is that the impact of technical change on work and employment is strongly mediated by labor market institutions. Well, we think this is the case too, in the case of these technologies. Clearly, I mean, there is a role for regulation to play. One of the sort of most striking findings of our recent study with the ILO, which covered countries in the EU, France and Italy, and outside the EU, India and South Africa, was the very striking contrast between the findings between global north and global south. And this tells you something about the different labor standards in Europe with respect to these countries. This is not to say that regulation in Europe is perfect, but the fact that we uphold higher labor standards here than in India and South Africa makes a big difference, and we see that very clearly in our study. And another thing we also see, and there are examples of this, is, as Magnus was saying before, where there is scope for worker involvement in the design and the implementation of these technologies, where there is a process of co-determination, where collective bargaining plays a role, it is clear that the negative effects can be mitigated and perhaps even eliminated. So I stop there for a moment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and I look instead to my left to Professor Kontouris from the UCL London, particularly maybe because we can explore
Microphone, please.
At the theoretical level to look at human in control. What's there? What we have to do to get there?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to such an interesting event with such a provocative title. And I think one can only embrace that provocation and say, obviously, the answer to that, the antidote to a very dystopian vision of a computer in command is indeed the human in command principle in our sector. It would be the worker in command principle. So I'll share with you some ideas about worker in command. These are ideas that I'm developing with a colleague, Valerio De Stefano, at the moment. I mean, it's no longer just a theoretical or an academic concept, the human or worker in command concept. We're seeing it emerging, popping up more and more in regulatory instruments. It's not just something we talk about in conferences. You can find some references to the principle in Article 14 of the AI Act that's already been mentioned. It actually speaks about human oversight, but talks about high-risk AI systems having to be provided to the deployer with this famous, the stop button, the regulation says, of sorts. You can find it, of course, in the machinery directive. Actually, that's technically, of course, it's a technical instrument. It's much more sophisticated. There's Annex 3, Article 2, control systems, a long list. But, of course, it only applies to the machinery that is covered by the machinery directive. And, of course, you can now find it in the platform work directive, which, of course, only applies to platform work and algorithmic management through a platform. So we could be tempted and say, well, there's an easy solution here. Let's put everything into a blender and find the missing space, which is work at large, and we have human in control at work, workers in control. Now, as important, I think, as this principle is, I think it's perhaps fair to start by recognizing that in many ways workers have been losing control of the workplaces for a long time. Okay, and this is true of old analog workplaces, more contemporary, computer-based places, and it's very unlikely that we will automatically just simply like this gain control of AI-supported workplaces that will emerge, that are emerging. So perhaps it might be more useful, instead of just exploring worker in control, worker in command in the abstract, to think about the conditions of possibility for this principle to operate effectively. And I think if we think along those lines, we can identify at least 5 preconditions for the worker in command principle to apply in practice, to work, to be a workable principle. The first one is, of course, the technological precondition. Simply put, the technology must be in itself overridable. I think this is easier said than done. It's not about having a stop button. It's more complex. Perhaps we can talk about this. I think the machinery directive is useful in many respects, but even that, it's about when you can stop the button. So secondly, there is, and I think this came up very clearly from your survey, there is a nosological precondition. Workers must have the knowledge that these systems operate, and some may actually also need to acquire the knowledge about how these systems operate, and they also need to have the knowledge to override them. Again, this is easier said than done. Workers must be, I think, generally empowered to take control, okay, to be in command. And this is the third point. They need to be in command at any point in time and well before harm occurs. And I think I would just briefly say here that the approach that regulators are using at the moment, for instance, in the Platform Work Directive, that's Article 10, Paragraph 2, I think, okay, it's essential, but it's not sufficient as an approach. The idea that you have one person who's in charge of reviewing and perhaps asserting command once she or he has reviewed of AI facilitated decisions that have gone wrong, it's not enough. I think this kind of, they get special training, special protections, a bit like whistleblowers, they get protections because that's perhaps not enough. I think every worker who interacts with the computer, who otherwise would be in command, should be able to take control and both be protected against detriment, but I think most importantly, feel secure in their job. In order to feel empowered to act. And I think it's quite clear to me as a labor lawyer that unfair dismissal legislation for the past 40 years, certainly 30 years, courtesy of the OECD and many other sponsors, has gone in the opposite direction. We cannot simply give job security to those who are supposed to exercise the command over the algorithm. It has to be shared. It has to be a diffuse sense of security and empowerment. Fourth, there needs to be collective empowerment. I mean, I was really shocked by the statistics that you spoke about. I knew it was bad. I hadn't realized it was that bad. There's evidence in the literature that collective actors, not just trade unions, employers as well, are really struggling to ascertain collective action in this domain. Encouraging steps in the Platform Work Directive, the latest draft, really promotes collective bargaining much more than the previous drafts, but it's not enough just to put it there in legislation. And finally, the role of public authorities. I think there's much more to do for public authorities in terms of remedies, supervision, sanctions, effective sanctions, dissuasive sanctions. Allow me to conclude by saying that even though I think there are quite a few preconditions for the human and worker in command approach to work, it's important to stay focused on those preconditions and on the principle itself. We are just 2 weeks away from the 6th anniversary of the very tragic flight that took off from Jakarta airport 6 years ago in 2 weeks. And after 11 minutes, the Boeing 737 MAX just fell into the sea. Everyone died. And we know from the inquiry that during those 11 minutes, there was a real battle between the pilot and the machine. The machine was forcing the flight to nosedive because he thought he was stalling, and he had an automated anti-stalling device that, in order to avoid the stall, would nosedive. The pilot was pulling up. It happened 24 times until, of course, the machine won. So, as imperfect as the human in command principle may be, the alternative, machine in command, is unacceptable. But, I think this is really my final comment, we should not think about human in command and machine in command as being black and white. The reality is that technologies and humans will be interacting and are interacting within the workplace along this spectrum between machine in command and human in command, but through a number of multiple different levels of collaboration. And I think for a directive to be effective, we'll have to be able to resolve those types of interactions, bearing in mind the two abstract possibilities. And that's a big challenge, but that's a challenge ahead of us.
Thanks a lot, Professor Kontouris. So we can have win-win solutions, but definitely not many wins if the machines are really the only one in charge. And I look at my right to President Del Rio. I'm sure you have a lot of comments on many of the things that you've heard, but I would love to reserve to you a specific question that is relatively important from a European institution like the Economic and Social Committee. Is, okay, we know that there are implications. We know that we have to manage this relationship between the human and the algorithmic management, the computer, the machine learning. But why doing so at the European level? Why the Union should deliver on this, and why not, leaving it to member states?
I will speak in Italian because I have been asked to use my language, so I will speak in Italian. Questo appunto è.
This is a rather cryptic question because we have been wondering why European regulations, and by the way, I have taken part in the meeting of the G7 Labour ministers under the Italian presidency, and one of the topics of the Italian presidency, one of the themes for the Labour ministers was precisely the topic of AI and the way it impacts the labour market. What we have today is a fragmentation of rules, which is quite enormous, not just within Europe, but elsewhere as well, because we are talking about the AI as if we were able to constrict it within a given physical or geographical area, and that's simply not the case. So we can start on the assumption that it is necessary to regulate something that goes beyond our borders. So what happens? Today, we are dealing with a number of different cases in France, as Franca was saying, but we have them in other countries, Italy and elsewhere, of cases where people go to national tribunals and they claim a violation of human dignity, their space, infringements of data protection rules, and the courts need to interpret the rules that they have available. So we have different interpretations from one court to another, as was the case with platforms. It is quite clear what's going on. So when we had these meetings within the framework of the G7 meetings, the OECD looked at the situation in 7 countries, and we all seem to be going off in different directions. In Italy, we're mostly working on data management in the health sector, and there is a bill in the pipeline now. And it has to do with the management of artificial intelligence in the legal sphere. Who is in charge of this? The judges, the judiciary, according to the Italian law. However, this presentation that we heard from the OECD is telling us that member states are regulating in different areas and in different ways. In the US, for example, there is a law which stipulates that in all workplaces where you do have trade unions, which reduces this quite considerable. So wherever there are trade unions present, the use of AI must be negotiated with the trade unions. That's the law. It would probably not be applicable in my own country, probably not in other European countries either. But what about the collective bargaining? Does it cover everybody? Is it the instrument which makes it possible to regulate and legislate? We know that in Europe, in most countries where collective bargaining very often substitutes the rules, that they have a very strong role to play. But we do know that in many countries this covers about 20% of the labor force, so it does not guarantee equal treatment. So we are quite clearly outside the scope of the European Treaty. This is what makes us different from countries such as China and even the US. But I am pretty skeptical when I hear us say, yes, we can self-regulate within the standards, the set of standards that we have because they're so wonderful. I'm not at all convinced by this approach. I am a trade unionist, and this is very much a business-based approach. What we need is new rules. I mean, maybe not, but if we say that we can make use of what we have and then engage in more collective bargaining, it can only lead to more disparities because we have different approaches. The European Treaty tells us that we have to have dignified working conditions and that these working conditions must respect human dignity. But can you regulate human dignity? Can you define human dignity as a law? I don't know. It is a little bit difficult to stipulate all that within a single rule. And what is the borderline here between abuse and an okay attitude when it comes to human dignity? So we are now dealing with something that might restrict the critical thinking. Are we interfering with human dignity in that case? I believe so. I'm just throwing it out there as food for thought. I don't think we've discussed collective rights and collective bargaining to a sufficient extent. The respect for collective rights, which are guaranteed by some of the directives that we've referred to, has not been discussed to a sufficient extent. And particularly in those cases where AI and platforms are used to a greater extent, because once again, this is about the labor market. This is indeed a problem because there are no guarantees for everyone. Not everybody is guaranteed the same rights. So what collective rights are going to be able to be protected and guaranteed with the introduction of the AI? Is it a problem? Can we regulate it? I think so, because the current directives simply do not go far enough. They don't cover everything. And let me conclude. And this is why I believe we need regulations covering all that and going into all these various aspects of the problem. This exercise within the framework of the G7 under the Italian presidency, as you know, we are a Catholic country and so on and so forth, and the church is very much involved in everything. And they set up a working party on ethics. And they are calling it algo-ethics, that is to say, ethics in relation to algorithms. I really do urge you to look into this and study all this, because it all goes around the management of these algorithms. And some large companies, such as Cisco and Microsoft, have signed a voluntary framework of rules and regulations 2 months ago, I believe. So it's very recent. It is based on some principles which are considered to be non-negotiable, such as safety, reliability, transparency, equality, and privacy. So, in other words, it means that there is a clear need to regulate here, and there is a clear need for a reference framework what do you want to make it look like? As a set of rules, as a set of ethical principles, what have you? But there is a clear need for this. And I must say that, once again, within the framework of the G7 discussions, the international social partners signed an agreement on AI, where they say that they believe it is necessary to have a regulatory framework to govern this. So there is clearly a way of working on this. There is space within which we can do this, particularly at the EU level, and particularly because we have a solid set of rules governing everything to do with dignity at work. But seeing as this is an evolving process, we really do need to make progress. Thank you.
Would be fun if we arrive after the Roman Catholic Church in leading the digital transition as a union. And let me pass the floor to Isabelle Schömann, so that we can actually get, it's a provocation, but it is true that they understood it's a frontier of values in a sense. But thankfully we have we've seen today a lot of engaged partners on this, and the European Trade Union Confederation is leading on this as well. Isabelle, to you, maybe to understand, what are we really asking to the union? What is feasible and what are we pushing for?
So, first of all, I would like to thank you for this very vibrant and stimulating discussions. I think there are a lot of ideas around the table. I think the one that comes up is, of course, we need more regulation, because the workplace is its specificity in itself. It's not you can't just put a product on the market and say we'll see the potential effect, positive or adverse, or very negative effect, and then we will do something. Because I think here what we see is that there is a vacuum in terms of the legislations, and we have to close that. We have to close it before this innovations is taking the lead, or the innovator beyond this innovation, I would say. They are making profit. And the less regulated it is for the moment, the better for them. And being involved in the aftermath of the AI Act, when it comes to standardizing or putting standards, private norms, to set the AI algorithmic system as a product, we have one seat. And even that does not matter, and we have to pay to be at the table of the discussions. But next to us is the GAFAM, with so much money and so much financial interest in the whole business that, of course, the unbalance of power is there. And the specificity of the workplace is exactly this one. We do not have the same power in front of the employer. So if the employer, that it was said from Mrs. Moore, asks you, okay, are you okay to give your data to me? And if the employee say no, then the job is gone. It's clearly this level of non-possibility to bargain anything and to have. So there is a responsibility of the society, of the legislator, to take on board an innovation that should deliver for all. And I think this is an issue of fairness, social justice in society. Yes, we want an innovation that allows, as you said, to have a potential development at the workplace where the workload might be different, and we might have ease, as it was said also in the health sector. We have a positive evolutions there, but we have also a negative one, and this one has to be addressed. And clearly, those one out there that develop those algorithmic management, the developers, if they have a self-assessment of whether their product on the market affect or not the workers, it's not enough. Because those developers have a consumer in front of them. This is the employer, not the worker. And they have to comply with the terms of reference of what should the product deliver. So here we have to be clearly in these situations whereby these constructions do not take on board the workers. But what it does to the workers, it makes the workers a commodity. And clearly here we are in the level of below anything which is ILO standards. Workers, labor is not a commodity. And I think this has to apply to everyone. No one is beyond the law. So I think we above the law. Sorry. So there is a vacuum here to be addressed, and I think it's very important that we do that. In particular, because the businesses and the platform, amongst others, were exempting themselves of those obligations. The one of employers saying, "I'm a platform. I'm not an employer. I'm an intermediary. I'm not an employer. So I don't have to bother about that." So I think there is this dimension to take on board. The issue of over-regulations or too much regulations, no-go. It's a no-go because there is a need clearly here. And there is a need in particular to take on board the fact that if you don't regulate the development of this technology, you will end up exactly as we were in the platform, which is the infringement of basic trade unions' rights. And I just give you an example that I experienced myself. We were demonstrating in front of the Commission to make sure that the platform directive, it was in the making, would deliver. And what did we do? We organized some riders. So we said to them, just come in front of the Commission, we will have some coffee, we will just, showcase that, there is a need to move. Or need to act, would say the Commission say, and to act now. So some of them came, and it was lovely to have them on board. We thought we were supportive. On the moment, the algorithm could say or could inform the platform that those riders were stopping a bit too long than for a ride on a place where there was a demonstration organized by trade unions, the ETUC, by the way. Some of them were disconnected right away. And this disconnection meant not only do they have no access to their data, the payment, but they were prevented to have access to other platforms. So there was a blacklist of those riders. And here is not only the mistreatment of people, is also the non-respect of workers' rights, the non-respect of trade union rights. And this is not something that the European Union can afford. We have a European social model. Clearly here, we are not nowhere in that. And I think this is where we should make the difference in the European Union. The last point I would like to make, and I'm closing that, there will be disruption due to generative AI. And for the moment, what we've seen is that this dimension is affecting the low-skilled workers. But with ChatGPT, with other DeepL Pro and co, what we will see is that the highly qualified are going to be affected very quickly, if not today, by the fact that a machine can replace them much quicker. And it's not just the interpreters or the translator, which have spent years in their education. And so it's going to be also the lawyers. No? It will be a large number, a large range of groups of society where here some of the machines will replace them. So the question is the value of work. And if we put all the emphasis on skills and educations, but these educations will not be valued as such anymore on the labor market or by businesses, by the way, because the machine can do best, whereby at the end of the day, if you don't control what the machine does, you really have a problem in terms of, and the interpreters and the translators know that, it's a nonsense what you get back from the machine. And at one point, I think here we will have to address these situations that we need also to make clear that here again, a machine is a machine and has to stay a machine. And the intelligence is not there, and to replace the human is not there. So I think here we'll clearly have to see the disruption that is going to come and how we preserve the cohesion, which is social and economic likewise. And I think this is one of the one of the big challenges ahead of us.
Before opening the floor to all of you for comments, questions, and input, so prepare your intervention. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Uebe, from the DG Ample. It's difficult to come at the end, and I don't know how much you can share, but I'm quite sure that you have learned a lot in the last legislature, championing as well the directive, the platform directive, and I'm quite sure that there is a movement within the Commission on understanding where we can go. There is a space for an initiative on algorithmic management, and we hope maybe we can find another champion in the upcoming Commissioner, Minzatu, that maybe learning from the leadership of Schmit can drive change in this direction. What are your expectations?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to an interesting afternoon discussion here. I'm actually quite happy to speak at the end because I'm mainly in a listening mode for the reasons already Laszlo Ander mentioned. We are in times of transition. You just said it's not easy to talk now. You all know that the hearings will start in early November. Yeah, it's almost impossible for me now to go into any detail. I hope you will understand, but there's of course things that are in the open domain. I thought just now of the President, Mrs. von der Leyen, at the ETUC Congress in Berlin. I think it was May last year when she clearly said that we would carefully look at the impact of algorithmic management on the world of work. And now, and that was already referred to, we have the mission letter to EVP designate Minzatu that speaks of an initiative on algorithmic management that, of course, as we all know, can mean a lot. It could mean legislative, but of course not necessarily. There are also ideas in the kind of non-legislative sphere, if you want. Obviously, the skills dimension is also important when it comes to AI and algorithmic management, funding, co-creation, and you name it. We are not starting from scratch. That has also been said here this afternoon. The AI Act has been adopted. The GDPR is often a bit forgotten. In our view, of course, extremely important. And then we have the Platform Work Directive. And maybe you allow me, because I was already there when we started more than 5 years ago. And this was now, of course, a moment really of happiness and pride on Monday when the directive was finally adopted. So there's no more drafts. It is now adopted. It will be signed very soon and then published in the official journal. And then the work will continue because member states have 2 years to transpose it into national law. We will establish a transposition group, and I can imagine already some of the discussions, are very difficult discussions, will continue in this group. I mention it also because this 5-year time span shows how long it takes to get EU-level legislation adopted, and again, we are not even there yet. No, it's another 2 years transposition, so altogether 7 years, and that is of course quite something because we all agree that action, and some of you said it here, is very, very urgent. So not so easy to explain how long it takes until it then has really effect on the ground. Maybe, Isabelle, on your example of the riders kind of disconnected after, I mean, this, will be banned under the Platform Work Directive because predictions when it comes to the exercise of fundamental rights are banned, are not allowed. But whatever we will be asked to do by the new political leadership will be based on evidence, and that's why it's very important to hear from researchers here also about their findings. It's really key for us to also have good data. If you only think of the Regulatory Scrutiny Board, where a potential initiative would need to be defended. So I can only plead to all the researchers in the room to keep that in mind. We, of course, also do our share. We have done one large-scale study on the topic, also smaller studies. The Commission will soon publish a Eurobarometer on the topic. I think all the 5 ample agencies work on that, so a lot is happening, and our objective at our working level is simply to be ready for whatever the new political leadership will ask us to do. I think this is all I can say at this stage. Maybe also that was mentioned by I think Cinzia Del Rio. There is, of course, a strong momentum at the international level. You mentioned G7, but it's also at G20. Anna is here from the OECD that is very active. The ILO will launch their standard setting on platforms in, I think, May 25. So that is, of course, also helpful to have this momentum at the international level for whatever we're going to do. But I personally believe it could be another great opportunity for Europe to spearhead developments and to deliver another blueprint for governance also beyond Europe on a topic that has clearly a major impact on the world of work as we have known it for many decades. Thank you.
Thank you, actually. It's time for you to raise your hand and fire up your comments, suggestions, and inputs. I already see one at the end of the room. Then other two here. Please, you can already start.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Diana Šobota. I'm a Croatian trade unionist here, and thank you so much for organizing this debate. It's both extremely interesting and extremely important and timely. So my intervention is both a question and a plea, primarily directed at trade unionists at the panel, but also academic researchers. So, namely, my point is that we have ample evidence and very rich debate on how employers, or actually the capital, uses algorithms, artificial intelligence for their benefit and to control workers. On the other hand, my impression is, and also getting to analyze research, is that we miss substantial data on how artificial intelligence can be used for class struggle by workers themselves. So how can they use artificial intelligence to take back control over work, over their workplaces, and over their life? So this is, I think, a task for both trade unions and researchers to map the field, to investigate best practices of those cases of such struggle. I know there are cases, but this is, I think, an important contribution to the element of discussion that we had on how to empower workers to be empowered to take back control and to resist the negative impacts of artificial intelligence. And by having access to best practices, to examples of this resistance, I think this is part of the contribution to this empowerment and to the resistance strategies. And in that regard, it's more of a comment that we very often hear about the dimensions of skills and that we need to invest in skills. But I think that in this respect, we need also to be very careful, because there is a threat and danger that we, by emphasizing skills, we overemphasize the so-called deficit aspect and deficit approach of the whole idea of influence information management, because we turn the blame and the burden on workers themselves, and we do not tackle the societal and political economic effects. So we should be very careful in organizing the debate around these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. You actually had two men next to you. We start with the one to the right, then the gentleman, then we go to Zoe, and then to Alex, and then we continue.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Theo Kalianos, University of Bonn, and an old-timer of the European Commission. I have a very precise question to be addressed to both to Professor Koundouris and to Mr. Max Übe. Robert Reich, the Labour Secretary of the first administration of Bill Clinton, wrote in his book, The Work of Nations, decades ago, that if we continue like this with the new technologies, he did not know at that period neither the digital technology nor the artificial intelligence, that the tendency in the labor market and in the working population will be two. First, a category of managers who know exactly how to manage the computers, the machines, and the second will be only the artist. Do you think that, given the fact the long procedures we need on European level to take initiatives and take an influence within this more and more becoming complicated world of mixture, technology and human beings and vice versa, is it too late? Is it space enough on time and maneuver to intervene? Thank you for a short answer.
Thank you actually for the intellectual and creative question. We go to the other gentleman.
Thank you.
Microphone.
Sorry, I was saying that I'm here. Now? An international NGO based in the UK, so we are particularly interested in the impacts when it comes to health, safety, and well-being. So congratulations, I mean, for the research and the findings being presented. I think that there is an assumption that when it comes to real monitoring of workers' progress and performance, as the lead researcher has said, the technology is already widespread. So, and also, according to the study, most of the consequences to workers tend to be of a psychosocial nature. So, I think it's been mentioned, autonomy, workload, and job security. And we know also that some of the current frameworks in place might not be fit for purpose. So, I'm not sure if it has been mentioned, but there is also like a framework agreement on digitalization that could be covered in this topic. My question is in relation to the current review of the occupational safety and health directives that the Commission is carrying on. Is that could be an alternative for this issue, or also the calls for a psychosocial risk directive? Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Zoe.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a trade unionist. I represent the Greek General Confederation of Labour, and I'm also a member of the Workers Group here at the EESC. I would firstly like to thank this initiative, our group and FEPS, because it's very timely and it's necessary, and we need this kind of alert. Why do we need this kind of alert? Because we have risks. One of the risks I see in this debate for us workers is this kind of mystification vis-à-vis the unknown, the rapid technology, the impact, and of course there is a frightening impact in artificial intelligence, not only for our works, but as an infringement on our on social reproduction, on our daily lives. But we need to demystify this. We need to contextualize artificial intelligence and the risks it entails within the context of capitalism and platform capitalism. Platform capitalism is becoming quickly emblematic as a new phase of capitalism in the 21st century. And if we see that, we can understand better the challenges that lie ahead of us. We should remember how capitalism deployed technology, I mean very brilliantly, explained by Marx, and how technology is vital for profit-making in capitalism. And remember the continuities that this this development, artificial intelligence and platform capitalism, they carry on characteristics of Taylorism, even Fordism. If we put it in context, we can understand it better. Are we as workers in a positive phase to rise up to these challenges? No, we're not, because there is this clear trend toward regulation. In my country, Greece, we're still suffering from the onslaught of precarity, from the onslaught on our rights, on an institutional context, collective bargaining, that the crisis, the memoranda, and the Troika has left us. And it's not only in Greece, it's all around Europe. Just look at the composition of the new commission. We were speaking about this yesterday at the European Trade Union Confederation Executive. This dilution, where is employment? Where is where did this portfolio go? It's all over. So institutionally and historically, we are not in an optimum position to rise up to these challenges, but I believe being a trade unionist is in our fabric to be optimist. We have to be optimistic, we have to rise to the challenge, and we have to be informed. We have to inform ourselves, our members, educate our members. In my union, we have people whom I would call, they are completely, people who are high-ranking also, are not really up to the, I don't want to call them digitally analphabet, but they really need, a sprucing up in this thing. So we need to do that. We need to educate ourselves. We need to monitor what is happening and incorporate it in our collective bargaining, in our negotiations. And we owe this to ourselves. We owe this to our members. And this educative aspect is really the added value that comes out from today's event. So once more, my thanks and my congratulations to all the distinguished speakers.
We go to Florian, then Marin, then Francesco.
Thank you. I'm Florian and Marin at the same time. Thank you for this. So thank you for this debate. I think that is really interesting. I studied Taylor and Fayol in my first year in the university. And right now, they are the classic of the management schools. Right now, we are discussing basically in the same structure, in the same framework. So I'm negotiating collective contracts. Basically, we have the same problem as, 60 years ago, but now in the relation with the AI, which is slightly different. I'm negotiating collective contracts, and I want to deliver concrete results to my member. I'm a trade union leader. So my questions to you are the next one. What are the future skills required to negotiate a collective contract in the context of AI? In order to prepare the leader to face this challenge, because they are not prepared in understanding programming lines and algorithms. They are not prepared for this. They are prepared to represent workers. They know exactly the social rights, but they are not prepared for this game. Then what are the measures immediately necessary to protect jobs in the future, but also in the long term? Because again, this is also crucial to integrate all this into the collective contract, into the negotiation process. And then what are the organizational measures in order to prepare a union to face this challenge? Thank you so much.
Alex, briefly.
Thank you. My name is Alex Tursky, Post-Platon's Foundation. And being specialist both in business and IT technology, I would like to make a very simple statement. AI itself is not good or bad. It just serves to the master at power. And if you have just one company and many people, and of course power has power because only one, AI serves to it. But if you have a situation that one person, many companies wants to fight for this person, well, AI will serve to the person. So the question is not what we do with the AI, but how can we shift the power from the companies to people? And this question has a simple answer. We can do it again with modern technologies. And it reminds the story of a professor who comes with a basket full of stones. You know the story. Is it full? Yes. But then he puts some sand to it. It's still full. Then he can put some water to it. Still full. So we are talking now about companies. It's stones, but we have a sand, one-man companies. They will started to rise with help of platforms. Now, actually, our study shows that if we move the data from platforms to people. That's what we discussed with Ms. Moore. We will help people to sell not only themselves, but sell their skills. I can repair my bicycle, I can make pancakes, I can do a lot of stuff. So if data is on my side, if I just announce what I can do, it will be hundreds of platforms with AI which will fight to get to me, and I'll have some kind of dashboard. Today I want to repair a bicycle, tomorrow I want to write articles. So we really can create a situation when people have power in their hands, and then AI will serve to people. So we don't have to deal with AI, we have to shift power to people and help them to sell skills instead of working for companies.
Thank you, Alex. We go to Francesco, but then there was...
Microphone.
Microphone.
Does it work now? Yes. So I'm Francesco and Piccinelli, and I am in a very difficult position here because I am helping a company develop an AI tool for public affairs, which will make life of workers easy. So there is an aspect about AI which we didn't underline a lot, which is the fact that AI can be an incredible productivity tool for workers and help them getting better wages. And we cannot hide ourselves from the fact that Europe is lacking behind in terms of competitiveness because we didn't adopt digital technologies in time, which means that our workers are less competitive than their American counterparts, for example. And there is also, I think, a general problem, and I think I really liked the speech by Isabelle Schömann about standardization. Because if the problem is how big companies manage themselves with AI, then we need to impose standards that work for everybody the same. The real problem of AI now, particularly when it comes about decision-making and stuff, is that it's not explainable. I don't know if there is any engineer here in this room, but I challenge them to explain what the numbers in a neural network actually mean. And the effort that must be done if companies adopt artificial intelligence tools to manage themselves is to make AI explainable and sensible. Otherwise, we are talking about something, we are talking about a black box that no one really understands. And then I will add a point. We are having this discussion 10 years later. Just to give you an idea, 10 years ago, I wrote an article for a political theory review in Italy about artificial intelligence and jurisdiction, in particular about some American courtroom using AI algorithms to determine jail time. So this debate is something that we should have done 10 years ago, and it's good that it's happening now, but the problem is what's next. And now we need to prepare ourselves for the challenges for the next decade, because I think that we already lost the battle for a public, standard, explainable, and even European AI. Thanks.
Thank you, Francesco. Maybe we have another one from the gentleman next to you. I think we cut it here because we are subtracting to the coffee in our responses. So now we have self-management for you as well. I'll leave it to you. We don't all have to respond, but probably a few lines, particularly from Franca. We start from you, and if you feel like having 1 minute to respond, please do. Franca.
Yes, thank you very much. There were a number of questions for me, and there were others that weren't for me, but they struck me. Now on skills. We have to say that 80% of future jobs, we actually don't know about them today, 80% of them. So we talk about skills a lot, but in France I know about training models that are up to date, but we actually have difficulties in training people for these future jobs that we don't know about. We don't know what we need to necessarily learn. And your question was very good on this and about getting interesting answers and appropriate answers and prompts. There are limits with these digital systems, though. They're not necessarily reliable. They can say plausible things, but they can be totally false. That's the first point. There's also de-skilling. Loss of human skills due to machines. And I'd like to say something to you on this. Perhaps we could end up being replaced by someone who can work with artificial intelligence rather than by artificial intelligence itself. The effects on employment, on skills, we have to anticipate these and how we can have an influence on these and what's in store for workers. But nothing, we have to be open to this. Nothing is totally set in stone. I was in the delegation that discussed the accord you've mentioned, and I don't have specifics on this, but this agreement can be implemented in France, Italy, Spain. So employers are a little bit reticent to this, but some are listening to us about social dialogue, social partnership. Sometimes they talk about how these can perform miracles, but these are actually sometimes the ones that are a bit reticent to this agreement, to this accord. It doesn't actually say a lot about artificial intelligence, AI. There's only a little chapter on that, and I think that needs to be addressed as part of that agreement. I think Cinzia now will take the floor.
Sì, vorrei rispondere solo.
So I'd like to respond to 3 points. First, the question by Diana, how do we empower workers? It's a very wide-ranging question, but of course, when it comes to collective bargaining, that's a powerful tool, but it can also be used to create the so-called enabling conditions that states should create in order to strengthen the social stakeholders when they negotiate. An example is the agreement on digitalization, this famous autonomous agreement in Europe, which led to very well-intentioned clauses. But in Italy, in the banking and insurance service sector, there was a clause added last year where I'm not going to call it a regulation of the algorithm, but it introduces some rules on the management of algorithms. And they wanted to make a reference to the European agreement. And they said, no, you should do these things in Europe. So they signed it, but they didn't want to mention it in the collective bargaining agreement, just to let you know where we stand. On health and safety, the Polish presidency asked us for an opinion on health and safety relating to artificial intelligence. So we'll be working on that. First of all, we'll see what the opportunities are that it creates, because we've visited some labor inspection agencies, and AI can help us with risk assessment, so risk prevention. But we, as a trade union, requested for the directive on psychosocial risks. And even today, currently, at the EESC, this is a formal request. Unfortunately, we know that for the employer side, there is a wall and there is no consensus. And we'll see with the new commission if there is a possibility for this. But the trade union is steadfast in this. And then, Francesco, since you're Italian, I'm happy to respond to your provocation. When you help companies to become more productive, do you think about working conditions? We've lost the microphone, I'm afraid.
Vi ponete anche.
Do you think about working conditions, or is productivity simply a number, a statistic? I refuse to accept that we should calculate productivity only looking at statistics without looking at the context, the investment, the working conditions, the well-being of people who produce this productivity. I think we should have a more wide-ranging vision.
Panel, we conclude with Isabelle, and then we get a coffee. Isabelle.
Yeah, thank you so much. So 3 points. The good news is that the TUC is embarking in December at the next executive committee on the strategic discussions on artificial intelligence, and I have the honor to lead that discussion. So I'm happy to be today here with you because I'm gathering a lot of information, a lot of research, a lot of input. So thank you for that. Second point is, of course, we have not lost any opportunity. We have one, and I think we demonstrated with the GDPR, with the due diligence directive, that a regulation in Europe can have positive effect outside the remit of the European Union and better protect workers. And I think here this is clearly also the task that the European Union should have, and I'm very happy that Ursula von der Leyen already took 2023 at the TUC Congress this engagement to move on with an initiative, and of course an initiative from the Commission, backed up, we hope, by the European Parliament. Still this promise from the last mandate with a large majority will trigger at the Commission level a legislative initiative, and we are working on that one. But here we have to be clear. If we are not regulating at the European level for the workplace dimension, who is going to do that? The private norms setters, those one, so the rule for business by business, where clearly here we will go towards a lack of democratic process in setting norms that will not deliver for any one of us here, but will deliver for the one who are making profit on the data, on the algorithm. And the last point I would like to make is, of course, the trade union has a responsibility. And of course, we have to negotiate collective agreement. And of course, we have to be next to our colleagues or with our colleagues to defend the interest. And I will just give you an example. When you enter a workplace, you have a badge. It's a common, no? And this is a badge to guarantee to the company that no one else than you with that badge enter the place. So it's a dimension of the purpose of gathering your data when you enter, when you go out, is to make sure that the security dimension is used. No? So this is the purpose. European Workers' Council member, so the only transnational representations of workers in companies, were made aware of companies using those data of the security one, no? For tracking whether at what time you came in, at what time you go out. So another purpose to use the data. On the basis of, I could also use the data for tracking the working time, went to some workers and say, you're not enough time here. Your working time is not the one you asked me to be paid for. So here, clearly, the one who made the difference is the trade union who went straight away to the employers and say, you're misusing the data that you're collecting. And this is the responsibility of the trade unions, to be present in the businesses and to make sure that they have these informations, how the algorithm work, what are the data collected for, who has access to the data, are these data used potentially by third parties? Is the business allowed to sell that data with or without the consent of the worker? So you have to have this information. You have to be consulted. The Directive 2014 that was mentioned at the beginning of these discussions, you have to be consulted. And the directive says, in the view to reaching an agreement. Collective bargaining, collective agreement. So here we have indeed a responsibility. So we have indeed to be well aware of the right question to be asked. To the employers who should know actually what are the characteristics of the product he has been introducing or wants to introduce at the workplace. It is his or her responsibility, not yours. Okay?
Thank you, Isabel, and please help me with a round of applause to thank all of our speakers today. Thanks a lot to Franca, Magnus, Ignacio, Nicola, Cinzia, Isabel, and Max. Instead, you can blame the moderator for losing about 15 minutes. And now I explain you how the break works. There's no break. That's how the break works. So we shift panels, but still at the same time, you may need a toilet break or a coffee outside. So the coffee breaks works that you stand, you go pick a coffee and come back here because we restart in literally 1 minute.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So slowly we're going to restart the program. Hello? Slowly we're going to restart the program because I think on my clock we are, 15 minutes behind schedule, which is still within the border of acceptable, but we don't want to lose time on the content. So I understand as well that you need time to network and drink your coffee. There will be a network reception at the end with nice drinks and some bites. So don't worry, there will be plenty of time to do that. My name is Gerard Oosterwijk. I'm the digital policy analyst for FEPS. And part of my task is to run the digital program. So you've seen already before in the first panel a presentation from Magnus Thorn Jensen. And to my both sides, there's researchers of another publication that actually came out this week. So we will present that later. But we have also a distinguished guest from the European Parliament, Brando Benifei, a member of Parliament, of the European Parliament, who has to leave, I heard. So that's also how it goes with MEPs. I know it's a very busy schedule, so we're very happy and grateful that you are here. You were the rapporteur on the AI Act. I know that there's still, it's now about the implementation and all the details. There's still a lot of development after an act is voted, before it becomes into force. So it's very relevant, I think, also for this topic. AI in the workplace was part of the discussion, but deliberately left out. But I leave you the floor to maybe give an opening remark of this second panel.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. Thanks to FEPS and all the partners and the European Economic and Social Committee for hosting. I think it's a very timely discussion. I'm happy that we can have this. I'm sorry I can only stay because of what I'm about to say. That is the work on the hearings of the commissioners, that I need to go back to work on that because we are in fact preparing the examination of the new European Commission, the various commissioners, the new organization of the executive of the Union to take its start and decide on what to do on this topic also. Because we have done significant work in the past mandate on these issues. In fact, with the approval of the Platform Workers Directive and with the approval of the Artificial Intelligence Act, we opened a pathway of change in the sense of building a more solid base of rights. But now the issue of dealing more broadly with algorithmic management and the labor and workplace implications of AI that could only be tackled partially, I will now make some examples, through the AI Act, needs to be completed, in our view, with a directive on AI in the workplace. This was proposed officially by the European Parliament through an act of the Parliament, the resolution coming from the work of the so-called AIDA committee, the Artificial Intelligence in the Digital Age Committee, because the Artificial Intelligence Act, this first in the world regulation on AI that I was negotiating on behalf of the Parliament together with another colleague in the past mandate, was preceded by a study committee on AI that studied the various implications of AI, also geopolitical implications that would go over the remit of the law, so a larger view, more of a political perspective. And with that report, we already said, okay, we need an AI Act, a market act that actually came, but we also need to tackle workplace implications that could be tackled only due to legal base issues through a directive linked to employment policies. So, in fact, the AI Act, just to be very concrete and direct, what did we get into the Act, and now we need to check that it's implemented correctly. We will do that. I will, together with another colleague, co-chair the implementation working group of the Parliament for the AI Act. It will meet first time next week to check the Commission and the Member States if they do their part in implementing the Act. Also for the workplace part, I give you a few examples of what we have got in there. We prohibited emotion recognition in workplaces. We do not want workers to be put under control of their emotions. We think that's especially a way to put pressure on workers. So we see that especially from that angle, and that's why we prohibited that. Consider that the original text from the Commission on this part was, I think, very bad. Other parts were good, also the original text, but this was very bad. The emotional recognition was not even considered a high-risk use. It was considered a non-high-risk use. We even decided to prohibit that for the workplace and for the studies, the study places. So in study places and in workplaces in EU, the emotional recognition will be forbidden. And the prohibitions will come into force by February 2025. It's the first element, the prohibitions that enter into force in this regulation. Then also another big win, this was a big fight that especially the workers' organizations helped us to secure because there was pressure to drop this. We have put the workplace as a whole, as a use case of AI, as a high-risk use case. So when we use AI in the workplace, we need to do, by the developer that will sell the product, a series of security checks based on the various parameters of the law that include the data, data governance and appropriateness, the cybersecurity, the human control. I give you an example on the data issue. Today we have systems used in the workplace, for example, to select workers, so hiring, that have learned to discriminate women, have learned to discriminate non-white people. They have learned that certain jobs are never for women and they should be dropped without even reading the CV. And the problem is these systems are always considered super neutral, super fair. This is the approach of society. The human may have the biases, but the system will select the right ones and then the human will do the final decision. This is the typical situation today. And we still have in Europe, this is a very easy example to be very quick and clear of algorithmic discrimination, algorithmic bias that we try to fight in the workplace context through the AI Act. And also we have wrote very clearly that the AI Act is not a roof, is a floor. What does it mean? That we can have extra, hi Nicolas, we can have extra protection for workers by national law that can be on top of what is decided through the AI Act. We cannot say the Act covers and you can't do more at national level. We can do more. This was important to be specified to avoid legal cases in front of the European Court of Justice of like contesting a form of gold plating against the law. But we need, as I said, the AI in the workplace directive because we need other things that we couldn't secure because of the legal base. We couldn't just work on that, like mandatory training, mandatory safe guards in terms of safe workplaces, and a more structured role for the social partners. Because in the AI Act, we brought in the social partners. I did it with my amendments. There was never the mention of social partners in the original text. I brought them in and we obtained that the social partners and the workers need to be always informed when an AI system is introduced in the workplace, even when it is not an high-risk AI, but for transparency reasons, there must be an information that is immediate. but we want more structural role for the social partners, and this can be done through a directive on AI in the workplace. And finally, the last thing I want to say, so we have a lot of things to do. This is what we will discuss in the hearings, how we can go on in the direction I was explaining. But also I think we need the broader discussion on the algorithmic management, because we cannot accept that we have done the Platform Workers Directive, which is a very important work. I see now Nicolas has joined. He was one of the crucial actors for that to be delivered. And I think this is very important to say and underline. Without Nicolas, we would never get the Platforms Workers Directive. I say it, I'm the Parliament, so I'm the one can be critical on the Commission. I've been already, as you have heard from me, but I must say clearly that this was a crucial effort that obtained results, obtained a success. But we can't stop there. We need to deal with the algorithmic management on a broader sense in the workplace, also when it's non-AI, but it's simply what we see today with the algorithms that we see in the platforms and in other workplaces. They are used and they are sometimes in fact getting out of the regulation. They are trying to not be under control in terms of respecting the fundamental rights of workers. So this is, I think, what in my opinion should be at least part of our effort to continue in a direction that we started building, but we need to do more. And thank you for all the support you will give to all of us to work in this direction, because I think we need to have a real social Europe. We need to be very active and delivering on these topics that are so crucial for the new workforce and the new workplaces of today and of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brando, for this great introduction and also sketching a bit the scene, also from the past to the current to the future legislative work that needs to be done. We switched to a presentation by three researchers on both sides of me from the FEPS Nordic digital program, also with support of the Nordic trade unions. So we have on my right-hand side Johannes Antila and Theo Cox from Demos Helsinki. It's a think tank in Helsinki. On my left-hand side, Teresa Osbo-Koldova from the Oslo Met University, both research partners in the digital program. So I give you the floor. I think you have a presentation prepared, and good luck.
Yeah, thanks so much, Gerard, and thank you all for giving up what I know is very precious coffee break time to come back and listen to this presentation. So, as Gerard mentioned, we conducted a sister study to the one that Magnus conducted and presented earlier, looking at more in-depth qualitative engagement with researchers across Sweden, Finland and Norway about their experiences, again, of algorithmic management with a similar kind of research question, but really looking at the experiential and kind of more in-depth qualitative level rather than that more systematic survey study that Magnus undertook. Now, I know that we all being here is an indicator that everybody understands the significance of the technological transformation that algorithmic management heralds. So I hope you can bear with me and humour me by stating the obvious a little bit to start. Now, new technologies don't crop up and are not used in a vacuum. They're part of complex socio-technical systems in workplaces. And that means that they are influenced by the power dynamics of workplaces and of societies, and also they can in turn influence them. This diagram, which is taken from our report bringing together the Nordic studies, really indicates the two levels of operation that we found algorithmic management to work at. So, of course, there are the impacts on workers' rights, and we've already heard really interesting discussions from Phoebe and others around how to conceptualize those rights, and on the basic elements of worker welfare. But also a more foundational level of a shifting balance of power between labour and capital, which has already been underway for some time, but can be accelerated by the introduction of new technologies. And crucially, these two levels interact with each other. Now, quite obviously, disempowered workers can't protect their own welfare and protect their own rights, but also downtrodden workers are in turn less able to organise and exert the power that is required to protect themselves. So we see these two mutually reinforcing levels of operation. And this is quite an obvious point, but it's really essential to keep in mind because it stops us losing the wood from the trees. Now, in the day-to-day struggles to protect and advocate for workers are essential, and they're a really important lever by which we can advocate for the cause of labour. But at the same time, we've got to keep this foundational level of the balance of power in mind over the longer term, lest we wake up one day and realise that the tools at our disposal to protect workers are no longer available to us. And the fact that this is occurring in the Nordics, you know, the bastion of labour rights across Europe, I think is really significant. You know, this is the canary in the coal mine for the rest of us. If we are seeing these effects on workers in the Nordic countries, then we should really be worried about the rest of Europe, and there's a lot of implications and learnings to be drawn there. Now, we're only going to discuss, in the interest of time, the Finnish and Norwegian studies today, but I think at that juncture, I'll hand to first Johannes and then Teresa to discuss a little bit about what we found in the Nordic countries. So, Johannes?
Thank you so much, Theo, and hi, everyone. Thank you, and hi also from my side. We're going to do this so that I'm going to talk a little. I will talk about Finland, Teresa about Norway, and then we're going back to Theo to talk a little bit about sort of policy implications and also implications for trade union action. In Finland, we did a qualitative study of retail and transports and logistics sectors. And since we've been talking so much about kind of on a high level, and Theo also greatly laid out kind of what is at stake, I thought it would really behoove us to jump into examples. I have a little bit of a pet peeve when we talk about AI at work, that actually there's AIs at work, and we should add that little S there, because it's really different if we're talking about kind of generative AI and how we're using it as white-collar workers, or whether we're talking about kind of, for example, the optimization and the prediction of work shifts in a store. So I just want to bring that context back. Whenever we talk about something, these different technologies have different implications, and we should also be contesting them in different sorts of ways. So that's why I want to talk through two examples today before then, jumping a little bit higher. We talked to people working in one store where they had started to implement an optimizing algorithm for calculating work shifts. This algorithm took data from cash registers. So at the registers, they were taking data on how many customers there were, what they were buying, how long it took a person working at the register to service the customers. They fed that into an algorithm that then will predict over the course of 3 weeks at 15-minute intervals how many people would need to work at the store according to the algorithm. At the beginning pilot phase, the store that was using this said, hey, okay, well, let's believe the algorithm. So they did the work shifts in that way. For the next 3 weeks for the workers, they were a lot shorter than they also used to be, those work shifts. And then the manager said, at least in this pilot phase, that, okay, let's believe the algorithm and put those there. So what this ended up in, for example, was that one person was working alone on the opening shift of the grocery store. Now, if you had asked that person or any one of her colleagues, is it enough for one person to be working at the store on opening hour, where a lot of things need to be done, they could have told the manager that this is not enough, that there isn't actually only the cash register thing going on, but there's a lot more things going on. And I think in that silly picture that you see of a store, you get a little bit clues of what that is. So it's not actually only the cash register things that are going on in the store. There's stocking shelves, there's cleaning things when a spill happens, there's putting things out nicely, for example, there's unpacking and depacking stuff. So all this kind of contextual things that are ongoing that weren't a part of the calculation of the algorithm. And I think this really gets to the part of like what is the matter and why these things are sort of calculating things that aren't necessarily true. The workers themselves felt that this calculation that had been based on this data that the algorithm had eaten was in no way true in any way. So essentially what it did is that the workforce that was recommended by the algorithm and predicted by it was a lot lower than it would have been if you just asked the workers how many people we need at a store at a time. Okay, great. Then the algorithm people said, okay, well, maybe then we can keep on adding data and information into the algorithm. If it doesn't work with only the cash register, should we clock things, how long it takes Johannes to stock this shelf? Should we clock how long it takes Theo to clean up that mess? So then they started doing that. And the union representatives wanted also to be there because they realized that it's not the same thing if me, who is quite tall and able-bodied and healthy, is stocking a shelf, versus if it's somebody who's, for example, shorter and not so able-bodied or has a broken hand or a finger. So kind of the workers has realized that this is a point of contestation as well. And they have a lot of information that just can't be, stuffed into the algorithms. And they also know, as the quote says, that it's very different to stock a toothbrush that is very tiny and you have to have fine motor skills than stocking ground beef packets. So you don't even get to the right result by measuring certain things. So there's all this kind of contextual information that isn't being put into the algorithm, which means that it's spewing out kind of wrong predictions at the same time. We saw the same thing when we were talking to waste management workers. They had, there was a company who had been using sort of an automated route planning equipment. So whereas before, this driver that we were talking to had a really long list of different sorts of places that he needed to visit and to drive to, he actually said that he could cross out every other week some of those lists and in that way make his work more efficient. Because he knew, based on his experience from before, that those certain trash cans aren't going to be are not going to be full, so he can just skip them every other week. Now, what the algorithm kind of forced him to do, combined with a GPS that was connected then to the truck, was to go right next to the empty trash can, shake the empty trash can, even though he already knew that it was empty. So in this way, it was creating kind of more work for him that he could have cut off based on his experience from before. Similar thing happened in winter. The algorithm couldn't suddenly calculate what a Finnish winter looks like. I don't know how many of you have been there, but it's pretty gruesome sometimes. And it's a big factor on how fast you can drive. So in conclusion, there seems to be this from the examples that we're seeing in Finland, this sort of really, I guess in a way, heartbreaking quality about these algorithmic management things as well. That if you just ask the workers how the work looks like, you could get to a lot better results than trying to kind of optimize and calculate what the work looks like. So there's a really frustration of a lack of appreciation for this expertise of these blue-collar workers who are working in these sectors, as well as a difficulty in the contestation of these standardization processes that aren't actually leading to kind of efficient outcomes necessarily in the workplace. Also, what we already talked about a lot today is that everything about these workers is being measured. One of the workers in the logistics sector, that there is not a sector that is more measured than the waste management sector. Everything has sensors, everything is being measured. And as I mentioned maybe earlier in my comment, there's this weird double Ouroboros-like bind that at the same time the data that is gathered and extracted from these workers is perhaps giving value to the company, but the workers aren't seeing that value in their, for example, free time or the increase in their pay, but rather this data is kind of looped back towards them to make these algorithmic management systems even more harsher and even more stricter. So a weird sort of loop. Also, at the same time, it doesn't, and as Magnus said also, it doesn't really mean that work sometimes goes away. It just means that the workers are kind of being the people beeping and tagging different things and making this sort of datafied workplace happen. Also, which was maybe nice, was that a lot of the workers also wanted to help their coworkers. So there's this invisible work of teaching your peer how to use a new system or teaching your peer how a system works. And this also adds to our work. We did see some nice examples related to trust. So in some workplaces, there was a high level of trust. And in those cases, a certain technology that had been used in another logistics company that was used in this high-level trust logistics company, the workers didn't see it as such a bad thing. While at the same time, in a company that there was a low level of trust, according to the workers, they did see this as kind of big brotherly or, let's say, like surveillance thing. But I think it's also good to remember, as was the case from the other study, is that doesn't mean that stress goes away. Even though you might have fun with a tool, it could still, in the long term, add to your stress. I'll end it there.
All right, thank you. So my name is Teresa Esbekulova. I'm a research professor at the Oslo Metropolitan University, and for this case study, we looked at finance and news media industries, which is a very white-collar jobs. And we will be launching, with the report is not yet ready. It's ready from our side, but it will be launched on 13th of 13th November at the University of Oslo. So you're invited if you want to come. And what we look at in the report, more than the consequences of these technologies, which are quite well documented documented by now, is actually the possibilities and limits of co-determination by the trade unions in these vis-a-vis these kind of data-driven technologies. And we look at high-skilled workers, obviously, people who have a very good understanding of data in the first place. So we speak to workers from journalists and finance. Those are people who have very good knowledge of data in the first place. So you would expect that they could be slightly more critical. But we found actually the opposite. We found quite high levels of trust in technology, high levels of trust in management, high levels of trust in the government, in regulation, and we found quite little active challenging of these systems. Part of the explanation might be that the people in the finance sector, even though it's the most regulated of industries possibly, the most monitored, everything you do, every single thing is monitored and surveilled for compliance purposes, for regulatory compliance, for other systems. Customer service is permanently monitored through algorithmic management systems and experiences great pressures and so forth. But it seems to be so that the financial compensation is quite large, and therefore there is little resistance towards these systems. So the acceptance is predicated upon quite a good salary, I would say. Overall, in the Norwegian society, I think it's worth just reminding ourselves that it's a society that is very techno-optimistic. So our first national goal for the Norwegian national strategy on digitalization is to be on the top one OECD ranking on the most digitized countries. So far, we have 40% of the public sector using AI, and the goal for 2030 is 100%. So we just want to use AI. We don't know why. We don't know for what purpose. We don't know where it is appropriate to use it and where it might not be appropriate to use it, but we just simply want to use it. So there is a very much fear of missing out throughout the finance industry, obviously, and also news media. So there is this sense that if you are not implementing technologies, you will lose, and this will reflect in your salary as well. Now we see at the same time that the financial industry is actually the largest bank is now in the process of sacking 500 workers, so it might be a consequence as well. But we looked at this kind of co-determination and participation. So what we see is obviously these things, work intensification, hyper-individualization. The banks, for instance, are transforming into kind of tech companies in terms of management. So you have agile forms of management, right? Where you might have teams working across national boundaries. So your leader might be in another country. So obviously when your leader is in another country, the Norwegian model doesn't really seem to apply so much, right? You work very much digitally and so forth. So a lot of information goes past the trade union representatives. So with these kind of transformations, we see increased informational and power asymmetry between employer and workers. Obviously, both in the finance and in the journalism sector, the management would say, well, we have 360-degree view of the organization. We have all the data from the whole organization. You trade unions come with your emotive stories, with your emotions, with your experiences of one or two employees that are maybe dissatisfied. But we are sitting on the data for the whole organization, so we know. So the data about the organization becomes the data, the power that underpins in far greater degree the management. So we have a transformation of knowledge. We also have a transformation of knowledge in terms of how workers are known to the employer. And this is crucial. This is exactly, you become a data point, whatever is available through these metrics that is recorded and that is somehow assessed becomes visible. But all you do, apart from that which cannot be recorded, is not visible, right? So you have that power asymmetry increasing. And what we see overall, and I think this is an important point, is we see increasing securitization of the workplace with the proliferation of cyber threats, with the dependence on digital infrastructures, with the finance industry and other industries becoming kind of critical infrastructures, submitting to security laws and security regulations, security compliance. We see more and more kind of securitization within the workplace. So we have an example from the finance sector. So as I said, highly digitized, fintech, and so forth, you all know these things. In the Norway, it's regulated by the General Agreement, Basic Agreement. What is unique, and I think what can be a learning point from this case, is that we have company-level agreements in the finance sector, which pertain to workload and volume statistics. So basically, the union can negotiate on the use of these types of statistics. And they do, and they succeed in some ways. A lot of the time they succeed in ways in which they would limit the possibility for your colleague, for instance, to see your results on the leaderboard and things like that. So you limit how the data is used. This does not mean that the data is not collected, and it also does not mean that the leadership does not have access to it. So there is some kind of balancing around this. But what we also see, what can be influenced to a certain degree, we see proliferation of new technologies. That one of the technologies that kind of created a resistance in the workplace was this kind of winning temp. It measures the temperature in the workplace. It's a kind of a tool that is supposed to be AI powered that sends out short questions to all workers once a week or once in 2 weeks, and measures your satisfaction temperature. It's very individualized, very psychological. So this technology is replacing the traditional surveys that have been looking at organizational factors, at a larger psychosocial working environment. So suddenly you look only at the emotions of the worker. So this was resisted in some organizations, and in one we've seen that because the trade union representative was herself a tech expert originally in finance, she was able to question these technologies and ask and add questions that would be pertaining to the working environment, and not only these psychologizing questions. But the degree to which you can influence a ready-made tool like this is, of course, very limited. So in another case, we saw that this was impossible to challenge. And another point that I find increasingly impossible to challenge is this problem of securitization. And I think this is important to raise as a discussion point. We see war in Ukraine, the changing geopolitical situation, China, Russia coming up as threats. This is spilling into the workplaces enormously. We have new security management tools. We have a huge security industry growing. All this is basically security through tech. So it's private intelligence companies, it's internal corporate intelligence, security departments. Those are gaining more and more power as security becomes at the forefront of the agenda generally. We have a proliferation of know your employee programs where you do background checks, not only of the people you're about to hire, but of your own employees. So we have insider threat programs, insider risk management programs. These programs position workers as suspicion, as risk to the company, not as a resource in any sorts of way. So we see proliferation of these policing basically technologies. You see the same vendors that have been that deliver technologies for predictive policing would be delivering technologies for workplace management. So this is very crucial, and the crucial point here is that when things are introduced in the workplace in the name of security, in the name of cybersecurity, they are not being questioned by the unions. They are singularly in the hands of the security departments. So this is, I think, high time to question to what degree security can override other rights in the workplace. And we see the same thing with compliance. Compliance measures, compliance technologies, RegTech, and all these kind of regulatory technologies introduced in the workplace to comply with regulation, they have a function creep from another world. They can be used for management purposes, for security purposes, and the expansion of this kind of compliance is enormous. And the last thing, which I just turned briefly to the media, which my colleague did, I think that has to be raised, is the infrastructural power of these kind of technologies and the power of procurement. Because we see that most of these technologies are purchased as technologies that are seen as neutral, as a software, as a product that you simply buy because you want to be more efficient or more productive and you want to have more control. So these procurement decisions are totally outside of the bounds of the trade unions. They are done in the private sector by the top management, in the public sector by procurement different organizations that may be even a supra-agency. In the university sector, we would have an agency that procures all digital technologies for the whole university sector. So you basically have no say within the organization on whatever technologies. You might tweak how they might be used in practice, but the premises are set, and those are usually American technologies, because if you have procurement at the top level, you cannot challenge it meaningfully. And we see that in journalism, we have this Kilkaya, is a tech company that is generating data analytics for all the media, basically in Norway, plus some in Germany, some in Sweden, some in Denmark. And this data analytics is shaping the way we create journalism. The journalistic practice has changed enormously. This is a public interest issue. The journalists are more and more governed by these kind of metrics, by these clicks, by delivering on what they publish. They're abandoning their professional judgment because they are forced by these metrics to produce things that will generate clicks. So there is a tension that they describe between their mission as journalists to produce things that should be discussed, and those things that the dashboard, things that people wish to consume. So this is a huge problem for democracy. Here you go.
Right, I will do my best to be rapid here. I'm aware we're on the clock, but given we are here with the Workers Group, I think that the natural question to pose to ourselves in the face of all of this is what is to be done? And a few things to acknowledge up front. The first is that, particularly in the Nordics, our colleagues in the unions are sometimes understandably sceptical to the role of increasing regulation, and we've heard that debate a little here on the balance of labour between unions and legislators, and the Norwegian cases do show the risks of increasing regulatory burden when this isn't matched by other forms of empowerment and regulation, namely kind of fueling increasing regulatory technologies and private consultancies offering services for compliance, and creating burdens for smaller firms, which can actually enhance the dynamics of capture of markets by some of the larger and more unscrupulous companies. But so, of course, we've got to leave space for unions and to collectively bargain and operate effectively. However, we've also really got to acknowledge that few places in Europe have the union strength that the Nordic countries do, and that the law must act as a backstop and as a line of defence, particularly for those workers who are less able to organise in this way. And this doesn't mean that regulation needs to drag to a low and common denominator, but it should create, we've heard the phrase before, a floor which can then be built on and create space for collective bargaining to happen effectively. Now, there is some space in existing legislation. We've already heard discussions of the AI Act and the potential utility there, although the key crux that we understand it is going to be around implementation and enforcement. It's all well and good designated things as a high-risk case. I think this is excellent, but where are the teeth for enforcement and implementation of this, particularly through the Commission's AI office and other institutions to ensure that this can really be backed up in action? And similarly, the transference of the Platform Work Directive to cover ordinary workers, given the recognition we've all made that this is no longer just an issue for the platform sector. Now, similarly, in terms of existing regulation, when we're talking about worker well-being and rights, the likes of occupational health and safety laws, the likes of the GDPR, again, there are provisions there which can be expanded. However, we've also heard discussed today that these laws were not built for the increasingly digitised world and workplaces that we are currently operating in. And so there's a need to investigate where these can be applied as is, and there's a shift in application, or an extension of the provisions of those to recognise the unique workplace context. Similarly, there is a need to explode the black box of AI, and this is something that, again, we've talked extensively about. So logging which systems are used and the outputs that they produce in order to really create a paper trail which can be investigated and audited by worker representatives to ensure that there is accountability over all decisions and all uses which are made using algorithmic systems. Now, quite obviously, we've heard time and again the importance of worker representation and consultation at every stage of the implementation process. And this is a key refrain throughout our work, that this will be essential in ensuring that the systems are used in ways that really support well-being and rights. And finally, the point to touch on, the one that Johannes made, this is fundamentally now an increasing source of value extraction. Workers are generating value through their data in a way that they haven't before, and this needs to be recognised in one manner or another. And this can be straight up compensation and entitlement to surplus, to recognise the generation of this value, and also the exploration, as we've touched on, of how there can be collective data rights rather than merely individualised ones, to ensure that workers as a cohesive unit can advocate on the terms of the value they are creating through their data. And now, finally, to finish at this foundational level, which again I would refrain, is essential to keep in mind of this balance of power. Now, while these challenges may be new, quite often the solutions are the same ones that they have always been. Worker power through unionisation, through co-determination, and through collective bargaining. And regulation can play a role in supporting this, the spread of this, in manners that maybe it hasn't necessarily always been able to across Europe. And our colleagues at Uni Europa have done some excellent work highlighting the ways that the law can incentivise union membership and strengthen trade unions. And again, this is something that's really, really fundamental, whatever the changes to workplace we're talking about. Now, we've talked about the mandating for transparency requirements, but also the needs to ensure that workers are empowered to make sense of whichever data and information they gain access to. And here the funded provision of expert support, funded by firms to trade unions, to ensure that they can rely on outside expertise to make sense of whatever has been made transparent, again, is essential. And on the topic of capacity building, enabling peer learning across trade union colleagues is another really powerful way to ensure that all workers across Europe can keep up with these trends. And again, there's a really nice Uni Europa database on collective bargaining agreements which feature AI and algorithmic management, which can act as a tool for peer learning, and more of that is certainly essential. And finally, addressing precarity in the world of work. So there is this intersection between powerlessness and the ability to fundamentally be abused by technology. So unless we address the root causes of that powerlessness, then the effects of technology are far more likely to be negative. So ensuring that workers on temporary contracts, on more flexible contracting arrangements, etc., still have access to a base level of worker rights is fundamentally essential. And I will finish here by just reiterating the point, that the solutions are not necessarily massively different to the ones that they have always been. That actually engaging, empowering, and involving workers is the fundamental way to respond to a changing world, whatever that change may be. So if on the back of the announcement of the Nobel Prize for Economics, anyone's interested in wading through kind of 700 pages of Power and Progress, I've saved you the time, you're welcome. That's kind of it. An empowered and engaged workforce is fundamentally what ensures that things go well. And to take another note on that effect, this future is not written. History has shown us that things are contingent and things can and will be different. But in order to do so, we need to create that strong and foundational base of worker power and working collaboratively with our colleagues in legislation and in colleagues in unions to do so. Thank you. I will hand back to you, Gerard, and sorry for the time.
No worries, no worries. No, I think it was good, and we need the time to, there's an applause. And like it was mentioned, there is a report now also outside that you can take home, which is kind of a little bit of a summary. And there is the Finnish case is out, the Norwegian cases will come in November, and there's also Swedish casework. So there's going to be quite a big stack of detail also on this. We go to the panel, and I know that we are running over time, but we are not going to lose any time now. So we would start with Jeremiah Adams-Prassi. You are a professor of law at the University of Oxford, leading an interdisciplinary project on the rise of algorithms at work, which is also funded by the European Research Council. So the floor is yours to maybe respond and give your ideas.
thank you very much indeed for the kind invitation, and thank you also to all the authors of the study, which really made for fascinating reading, because we often have intuitions about the impact of algorithms at work, but actually to then have the empirical evidence is crucial and will be crucial in going forward. I should also acknowledge that the things I'm going to say are not just only my ideas, but also those of my team, Halefom Abraha, Ashlyn Kelly-Lyth, Sig Silberman and Sang Rakshita. So really it's the work we've jointly been doing as part of this EESC project that I want to talk a bit about. I think one of, perhaps the most obvious, but also the most important findings that come out of the reports we've seen is this fact that whilst algorithmic management started in the platform economy, it's very clearly now come to places right across the socioeconomic spectrum. It no longer matters whether you're an Uber driver, whether you work in an Amazon warehouse, whether you work in a professional services firm, I suppose the Commission, even the University of Oxford, the most ancient and traditional and backwards institution you can think about, now uses a full suite of algorithmic management tools and systems. As a result of that, I think we cannot take the achievements of the last legislative period as being enough to tackle the challenges we're facing. And indeed, when it then goes thinking about looking at your results and sort of thinking about, okay, as a lawyer, what does that strike in me in terms of thoughts about what to do about it? There's actually two approaches that might sound contradictory, but bear with me because I don't think they actually are. First, and it's really important to say this before we then get into the shiny new stuff, just because the technology is new does not necessarily mean that all of our existing rules can go out of the window. That's a really important trap not to fall into. In particular, our work has shown that, for example, when it comes to challenges of algorithmic discrimination, the biases built into systems, actually, the existing anti-discrimination equal treatment acquis in European Union law can go much further than has hitherto been suggested in tackling these kind of challenges. So first important takeaway point, actually some of the challenges at least we see can be tackled by existing norms. Having said that, I think we do also see some novel challenges, and I think we do also need to take a step back and think about what those novel harms are. And in a blueprint that we published, sadly before you had the evidence, so we had to rely on intuition, now we'd have the evidence for it, so we'll definitely go and cite your work going forward. Our intuition and our argument was that there are really two broad categories of new regulatory challenges. One, a massive increase in information asymmetries and related privacy harms in the workplace. And second, a demise of managerial agency. What we mean by novel privacy harms and information asymmetries, well, one of the scariest illustrations is systems deployed to predict who might become pregnant, so you can then terminate them in advance. Or also frequently and widely used and available in the United States, for example, systems that try to work out which shops might be most likely to unionize, so you can then specialize, they send in the anti-union consultants there. The second challenge, the demise of human agency, well, one great illustration there is this idea that even management often might no longer understand or control the systems that are being deployed. In Baltimore, Amazon was sued even before the pandemic for alleged discrimination against trade unionists in their firing practices. And their defense, which was very clever and worked on the facts of the case, their defense was to say local management who run this plant neither understand nor control the system that fires their workers. Now put yourself in the feet of that manager, right? I'm managing an enterprise with 400 people. I cannot understand or control why people get sacked. The only exception was in the run-up to Christmas and Prime Day, they could stop the system from working, so they had all hands on deck. But beyond that, there was no managerial agency. So again, sometimes when I tell people that, I work not about workers losing their jobs through AI, but managers, they think that's a great idea. Who doesn't want to get rid of their boss? But actually take a step back, and it can be much scarier than you think. So then very quickly, what should we do about it? Well, there's a couple of responses. I think there's some things that are so fundamentally inconsistent with European values and fundamental rights that we simply have to ban them. And you look at Article 7 of the Platform Work Directive, notably things like the prediction of the exercise of fundamental rights, which we argued for and which now is in the final issue of the directive. There's a clear red lines that simply have to be there. But beyond that, I think we have to think about rebalancing these information asymmetries. And again, we've already heard a lot about how to do this. Information and consultation, involvement of worker representatives, both on a collective dimension through unions or other forms of representation, a really important way of balancing out these inequalities. But then also thinking hard about how we can restore agency. how we can restore human agency in terms of banning certain decisions, in terms of mandating human involvement in certain decisions, but also having what we now in our work call for, instead of having human in the loop, we argue that we should have humans before the loop and after the loop, maybe even above the loop. These various ways of creating avenues of contestation, of re-establishing human agency. So in conclusion, I think we should celebrate the Platform Work Directive as a really good first step. We can look with, shall we say, mixed feelings at the AI Act, because it doesn't really do very much, but has some potential downsides for it. I think what's really important to notice going forward is that both of these instruments are actually underdeterminative, but in distinct dimensions. The Platform Work Directive is underdeterminative, doesn't do enough because of its limited scope. Yes, it's great that it has rights for platform workers. It's even more interesting and great that it's got rights for all persons performing platform work, independent of their employment status. But as we saw right at the outset, this is not a phenomenon that's limited to the gig economy. So an important first step, but that scope limitation needs to be overcome. This needs to be extended to all workplaces, ideally to all workers, regardless of their status, who are data subjects and subject to these provisions. The AI Act, on the other hand, is very broad in its scope. As we heard at the beginning, all workplaces are covered. The problem is then, what do you get? Nothing. As the Court of Justice has made it very clear, this underlying system, the new legislative framework that's at the core of the essentially product regulation, was never intended to confer rights onto individuals. The whole point of a Platform Work Directive, of an instrument here, would be to create rights that are then enforceable for individuals in their workplace. So those are the challenges we've got. The good thing is we've actually got solutions to both of these problems. We know how to deal with the underdeterminacy in terms of the scope. Look at the AI Act. We know how to deal with the underdeterminacy in terms of the rights. Look at the Platform Work Directive. So actually put those two things together and hopefully we've got a fairly clear way forward for an instrument. I know we only have the call for, an initiative on algorithmic management, but I think push as hard as possible that that initiative becomes a binding legislative instrument. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremias, and let's merge them and get it over with within the 5 years, because as we heard from Max, it's a long process. But still, we should push and should aim. I go to the next speaker. Is Laura Nursky. You're the head of program Future of Work at the Center for European Policy Studies. So it's not FEPS but CEPS. There's often like a misunderstanding. We kind of stole your name. But it's always good because CEPS has a great reputation, so it always looks favorably for FEPS as well, although we have also a good reputation, I hope.
Well, good afternoon and thank you for having me. And also from my side, congratulations to the authors of the studies, both Theo and Johannes and Teresa here, but also Magnus. I enjoyed your presentations very much. So we've heard a few times today that algorithmic management is spreading beyond the platform economy and how that poses threats to worker rights, job quality and well-being. And while algorithmic management has the potential to streamline operations and in that sense potentially benefit workers if done well, its unchecked implementation can have severe negative consequences. So in my research, I highlight the need to identify different types of algorithmic management that each have their own specific harms. We've heard several examples, both in the presentation by Theo and the one by Magnus earlier. And I categorize two types. So on the one hand, there is algorithmic human resources management, and on the other hand, there's algorithmic operational management. So algorithmic human resources management is the application of algorithms in traditional HR processes, like recruiting, selection, evaluation, and even termination, which of course poses threats to fairness and human rights. Things like biased data sets and opaque algorithms can perpetuate existing inequalities and lead to discriminatory outcomes. Now, the other type, algorithmic operational management, is the application of algorithms in operational management processes like task allocation, scheduling, work instructions, and those have a more direct impact on job quality and worker well-being and psychosocial risks in the workplace. And to me, that's where the real danger lies, in the everyday experiences of workers. Imagine being constantly monitored by an algorithm, your every move scrutinized, your tasks being timed to the second, your performance being assessed on the data collected by the algorithm. and minute-to-minute instructions being given to you on how to do your work. As you can gather from this list, algorithmic operational systems come in all sorts and sizes, each affecting different aspects of job quality. So algorithmic scheduling systems dictate rigid task sequences for workers that limit worker scheduling autonomy, which we know is an important buffer to stress. Algorithmic work instructions can make technical work more accessible to non-technically schooled people, but if done too rigidly, it can also limit learning opportunities and skills development in the workplace, which we know is essential for future competitiveness. But probably the most harmful instances of algorithmic operational management are those that intensify the work through constant performance pressures, setting increasingly higher targets, creating a very stressful work environment that's just a one-way ticket to burnout. So yes, comprehensive regulation of algorithmic management is essential. And yes, we do need those principles of the human in command and transparency and information and consultation that were repeated a few times today. But we also need those psychosocial risks assessments. We need to monitor the key indicators of well-being in the workplace: stress, engagement or disengagement, burnout. And we also need to monitor the key job characteristics that we know drive well-being in the workplace: autonomy, workload, skills discretion, and support. It's only then that we know when, where, and how algorithmic management systems are harming workers, but also opportunities to learn how to better design algorithmic systems that can benefit workers. So to conclude, we need to make sure that technological advancement in the workplace serves to enhance and not erode the quality of work and the well-being of workers. We need to move beyond this narrow focus on productivity, especially when it destroys the human capital that we so desperately need in Europe. And we need to embrace a more human-centric approach to work in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. So we continue on your left. It's Anna Milanes. You are a labor market economist in the OECD Future of Work team. So thank you for coming from Paris to Brussels. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It was absolutely fascinating. Yeah, coming from the OECD, I'm part of this community of researchers who's trying to shed light on algorithmic management, its prevalence, its uses. I think we started talking about this around 1 year ago as the OECD was scoping new work in this area. And I reached out to FEPS as well as to JRC to essentially make sure that we were adding value in this space and not stepping on toes. And in that spirit, the OECD chose to undertake a survey of employers on the use of algorithmic management tools. So survey of employees, well belonged to JRC, a lot of very fascinating case study research. But the employer angle appeared to be pretty untouched. And so that's what we went after. And we sought to focus our survey questions on areas that were best answered by employers. And the first of those that I thought of right off the bat was the prevalence of algorithmic management tools. Of course, we can gather information on prevalence from the employee surveys, but that's imperfect as employees aren't always well aware of the use of these tools in the workplace. So prevalence was very important to us. Also, we aimed this survey at the level of mid-level managers, and this was also important for us because these are users of these tools to manage the workforce, right? And so they were very well placed to answer questions, for example, about the impact of algorithmic management tools on decision-making, their own trust in the tools that they were using. Finally, they were also well placed to answer questions about the existence of measures to govern these tools in the workplace and to mediate their impacts. So that's where we chose to place our focus. So we're just out of the field with this piece of work. We ran an employer survey that gathered 6,000 responses from mid-level managers across 6 countries. We're looking at France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Japan, and the United States. So just a few very quick points because I know we're running short on time. On prevalence, there's very clear country patterns to what we see. Adoption of these tools is 90% in the United States. It steps down when we look at Europe. The average across these 4 EU countries is 80%, and down again when we get to Japan at 40%. So that jives pretty well with the figures that were presented by Magnus, a little bit higher, as you might expect. Another interesting finding that I think we have on prevalence is, again, really interesting cross-country patterns. Prevalence is very intense in the United States. So we looked across categories of different tools. In the United States, users of algorithmic management tools are users of all algorithmic management tools, so the full suite, from instruction through to monitoring through to evaluation. However, when you look at prevalence and intensity in Europe, adoption is really of instruction tools, less so monitoring and even less so evaluation. And I think that this is a key point because it's a research question, right? Is Europe in a period of transition? Is it headed towards adoption rates that we see in the United States across all tool categories, or not? And I know that that's kind of an endogenous question to the regulatory process, but I want to elevate that as important. Then also when we come to prevalence, we took a look across all sectors of the economy, so we didn't have a sectoral focus. And what we see there is it's highest, in fact, in white-collar work. Even though we think about algorithmic management as logistics, as transportation, we certainly see its prevalence affecting white-collar workers. So that's what we have on prevalence. I wish I had 30 minutes to speak to the other results that we're going through. Obviously, I don't. So I'll stop there and pass to the rest of the panel.
But we can invite you again when the study is out.
Please, yeah.
So, and I think it's published in the end of the year, you said,
That's right?
So it's something to look out to. And then have a full discussion. I go to my right-hand side. Yeah, thank you. I forgot. Sorry. We have Julia Barbucci. You are from the EESC Workers Group. You're a member of the group, a rapporteur on the EESC opinion for AI and public services, organization of work, more equal and inclusive societies. I think in the first panel we really discussed about an opinion that's in the making, but this is the one that's already out there, so we're very interested to hear from you. Yeah.
Yes, I will continue in Italian, so please take your headphones. I profit of the interpretation. Intanto vorrei...
First of all, I'd like to thank you for all the research both of you have carried out. All this is very useful, and I think it is certainly going to be useful if we make it available to everyone to help in their daily work. In both panels, we've had pretty general discussions, except for this last part where we were more focused on individual sectors. I deal with AI in the public sector, in the public services sector. Obviously, you all know that public services are involved in this digital transition as well. And obviously, this is going to revolutionize the way in which the public services are dispensed across the EU. And certainly the artificial intelligence in this sector is going to improve the possibility of providing services to all citizens. But in our opinion, we are also working on one other point, that is to say, this must be particularly guaranteed to vulnerable groups. This is an opinion which has we were asked to come up with this opinion by the European Commission. So we are looking for answers, and we believe that in order to help all citizens, but especially those who are more vulnerable, and for them to be able to receive these services, we must get the civil society involved. What I have in mind, for example, are consumers organizations, patients organizations, associations for people with disabilities. It is obvious that digitalizing complex and repetitive tasks can certainly increase efficiency. This is something that we've seen over and over again, and it has been repeated on a number of occasions today. And particularly if we think in terms of the work burden, the sheer burden of this work resting on the shoulders of workers, of employees. But it is also clear that in view of the speed with which this digital revolution is taking place, that's what I want to call it, the speed at which all these new technologies are being introduced, it is quite clear that as has already been said, we must be able to guarantee that humans are in command. So, we must always keep in mind this very important aspect. And I would also like to stress that we should never forget that whenever we talk about public services, we are basically referring to services that are provided by people, by persons, by people for people. And this probably applies everywhere, but in my view, it is particularly important when it comes to public services and the public sector in general. We always need to keep in mind that whenever we ask for something to be done on the part of people dealing with public services, when we contact any such service, we must be able to speak to an actual person. So this is something that we need to take into consideration as well. Seeing as we have people dealing with it, not just machines, the time scale that we're talking about here must be appropriate. And also, I wanted to say something else that has already been mentioned before, but is of special importance in the public sector, and that's to do with data, personal data. When we discuss the enormous quantity of data managed by public services in general, we must be aware of the fact that we also deal with a huge number of sensitive data. And thus, this means that, well, we're talking about people's health information, any data regarding their pensions, or applications or requests for unemployment benefits, for example. So not just health information, but social services, welfare, what have you. So this means that security must be guaranteed at the highest possible level, both when it comes to acquiring this data and processing this data, and last but not least, the storage, data storage. Also, a great deal has been said about what trade unions should do and what employees should do. But I believe that there is also a need to deal with the algorithm. What does it mean? That the trade unions must be present during this bargaining process, as it were, be by the side of the employers, stand by them. And this is something that has been done in the past, but it must continue to be done in the future. Social dialogue, collective bargaining, and in more recent years, we also have some examples of collective bargaining that was successful. For example, the agreement on the digitalization of public services. And it is a Europe-wide agreement which has not been transformed into a directive by the European Commission. However, it sets a good example that must be replicated at the national level. So that should be our starting point. Collective bargaining, as Cinzia was saying, yes, we do not have the same level of protection in all member states. That's true. And in this case, we must seek help in legislation. Let's broaden the existing legislation. Here we have quite a few good examples at the European levels, quite a few good examples of collective bargaining. It is difficult, it is not simple, but these are things that we must get used to. We know it's not going to be easy, but it must be done. And that's all for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I think we are running over time heavily, and I was told that at 6:30 the translation will stop, and we have some more speakers. So we have with us the last speaker, and then I think we wrap up this panel. Unfortunately, we had too many good speakers, I think, and we were late also in the beginning. So Valerica Dumitrescu, if I pronounce correctly, you're education officer at the ETUI, the Research Institute of the Trade Union Movement. And we couldn't do this panel, of course, without the ETUI here. So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, and I will not take too much long from your time. I'm just, the ETUI is not only research, but it's also education. So I'm representing the education part, but I'm working closely with one of my colleagues, Aida Ponce del Castillo, who is a researcher with whom we've done a great job. We at the ETUI, and I'm not talking about myself and Aida, but I'm talking about the entire team, especially I see Wouter here, who've done a lot of work on platform workers, and I will invite you to have a look on all the survey he did and he conducted. But we are focusing on our work on two main domains. So on supporting trade union, implementing the provisions and exercising the rights in both the AI Act and Platform Work Directive and other instrument issues from social dialogue, as we know, the European Framework Agreement, and also we've seen a new, let's say, agreement, for example, public services in 2022. So they are good initiative and good examples, and we work closely with the union to try to implement. But also to understand AI system at work, because by workers, we do that through building AI literacy. So we organized in the last 6 years training for hundreds of workers from different sectors, mainly education, transport, logistics, public servants, and not only. And we observed that in general, they are unaware of their data rights. I mean, we even found, let's say, someone from European Work Councils saying, what is GDPR? From a very important company. So, and this is recently, last year. So we are still struggling to know the rights that comes from the GDPR, what are personal data, and how they can work with it. They are unaware of the social partner agreements, because normally they are signed at the national level, at the sectoral level, but then when you go to the basic, then they don't know. And this is our advantage when we run training, that we meet workers' representatives coming from sector, but also coming from the company level. And there we get the pulse. And last but not least, they have a tendency to be charmed by this technology and seeking to negotiate to algorithm, but instead of focusing on what is essential, the value of work. So, and also avoiding the dehumanization of work and industrial relation. In that sense, in the recent year, we said, okay, how we can translate our colleagues' research paper into understandable, let's say, elements for the workers' representative. So we came up with a set of games. So we introduced gamification into training, and we came up with a game which is composed of two parts. The first part, it's introduction to AI. So when we say introduction to AI, not only a bit of history or the main terms, but also to see what type of application you can find in different sectors. And this is a very interesting, because it's kind of big canvas. When you ask them, you challenge them to identify application which can find them today, which may arrive tomorrow, or they will be on the long term. And this is something that works a little bit of their capacity to look further than today, and also to their capacity to understand what does it mean AI and what is not AI, and what are the implications, because a further step is that to look for risks and opportunities of that application at the workplace. And this is one of the part of the game that can be applied to every type of training. It doesn't matter if it's collective bargaining and so. And this is what, let's say, answering to my co-national, Marine, saying, okay, what can we do in terms of training? And also Zoe was mentioning about that. Then the second part of the game, it's a board game. We all like the board games. And we started inventing it when we were in COVID, when I spent a lot of time with my kid on playing board games. So that was a good idea, because we like to play, and through the play, we learn more. And this was a benefit, because it's like a goose game, you know it. So yeah, I have a piece of paper, much better than, yeah, it's just a simple one. But what is interesting in that is that each of the participants, they get to play a role. And it's not just the worker, it's not an employer, it's an AI developer, can be an NGO for environment. You know, so there are different roles, and when you play it, you end up in challenges, and challenges are case studies. For example, introducing a monitoring watch in a certain sector, or in the education in terms of grading and so on. And we ask them to solve that case from the different perspective and work together. And we started applying the game in different circumstances, and ANACT, which is a French agency, and also I would like to thanks to Franca, because she was coming in our first AI training. Then they take it over and they said, this is a good tool to play it with our social partners. So the game is created in a sense that can be adapted to different sectors and can be modified. And yeah, this is the tool that comes to, let's say, translate the research into practice. Let's say. So, yeah, that's shortly what I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerica. And I think it's also very good, because one of the outcomes also of the research in the report that was presented at the beginning of this panel, it's also about the capacity building within the trade unions and within the workers. So I think we should definitely follow up on this, and to see also how we can help disseminate this work. I want to have a round of applause for all our panelists. I'm very sorry we don't have time for questions. It's we need to improve that, I think, for the next opportunity. But I would like to thank you, and then welcome to the stage our closing remarks. Yeah, the closing speakers, I would say, Nicolas Schmit, Maria Joao Rodriguez, and Lucie Studničná. Yeah. Studničná.
Okay. So, in a way, I've got a good news and a bad news. I start with the bad news, which has been already announced. We are just having interpretation until 1830. So I'm not going to be that much, delaying the prominent speakers we are having. But the good news is that we are having networking reception then after here in the atrium. So we can, in a way, finalize some of the talks, and questions and stuff like that in the atrium, which is on the same floor just over there. So I hope we all meet there. Without further delay, I guess, Nicolas, you are the first speaker. I don't think you're going to be concluding because we are just, in a way starting with the process, but we are extremely happy to have you here and to listen to you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very timely and topical debate, but also report. I would start with three information, two good ones and one which is a big question. This week we passed the directive on platform. And we have heard already the big advantages of this platform, but also, I would not say the shortcomings, but the fact that the platform does not cover all the issues and does not cover the biggest part, still at least, of our economy. But it was a tough fight up to the last minute, to get this platform directive approved. That's the good news. The second one, I just want to refer, because somebody referred it. Yeah.
Yes!
So somebody referred to it, because that's the good news that the Nobel Prize has been given first to economists who have now really on their agenda, among other subjects, the artificial intelligence. And it's very interesting to read what Daron Acemoglu writes constantly, by the way, on artificial intelligence and his approach on precisely the issue of power, the issue of power sharing, and the issue how technology, in a way, is neutral, but it's about the way how technology is used. And this referred to the first industrial revolution and applies absolutely also to the present new technological revolution represented by artificial intelligence. So I think this is the recognition that it is really one of the major topics in the present debate, but also practical impact on the way how the world of work is organized. The third one is a question. It's the positive side is about saying that the future Commission has announced, the President has announced, that indeed the use of algorithms will be dealt with in for the time being, quite neutral. It will be an initiative, so it's not clear if it's legislation, but at least the algorithmic management is on the agenda of the future Commission. Now, the question is also about the fact that we have now a very, very strong tendency to talk about regulation, over-regulation. And this is very much related, by the way, to the Artificial Intelligence Act, where some said, well, that's Europe only regulating and not innovating. We are good at innovation, regulating, but not good in innovation. So this is the big issue now, especially in this particular issue, particular field, that we will have the debate, well, let's not over-regulate, let things just happen, and then we will see. And here I would say the Nobel Prize again helps us a lot, because there's another person who got the Nobel Prize. And this is the father, one of the fathers, probably, of artificial intelligence. That's Geoffrey Hinton. And he played a very important role to develop artificial intelligence, a very important role precisely to develop machines, self-learning machines. And what does he tell us now? Well, he says it's absolutely timely, it's absolutely urgent to start regulating, because otherwise we will lose control of these new technologies, which without being a doomsayer and it will be the end of the world and the end of the humanity. It is, and we heard that in some of the presentations we just got, it will be a new kind of power imposed to not just to workers, obviously to workers, but also to citizens. So I think this is now important to reflect what kind of regulation do we need. And it is obvious also that we need this kind of regulation in a very fast way. Now, when we are talking about the use of artificial intelligence, especially in the workplace, and especially also in the way how people's work is controlled or surveyed, the surveillance of work. And here I always like to mention the famous book of Surveillance Capitalism, how data is the way how more and more things in our society at large, but also obviously in the world of work can be submitted under surveillance. I think this is something which would change totally the way how people work, and as somebody said, would put into question many of our rules, regulation and rights, fundamental rights, which were put into place during a lot of years and which are the result, by the way, of many fights by the trade unions, but also policy makers. Now, I just want to finish with one idea, which is, well, let's take the platform directive. And I must say, the negotiation on the platform directive were very difficult on the status of workers. And I'm not the happiest guy now when I look what is the result on the status of workers, because we have weakened a lot the idea of the presumption, and this was a fight up to the last minute to weaken it even more. But what has been done on the finally the rights of on the artificial intelligence, on algorithms, I think is a very good starting point for the enlarging these approaches. And well, we all know that a platform does not exist without algorithms. So I think it was right to start with platform, because this is also a sector which is enlarging. Platforms is not just to bring you the pizza and to bring you from A to B with a car. We see that platforms are enlarging in many areas. And so workers on platforms more and more are under control of algorithms. And that's why it's so urgent also. It was so urgent to have legislation on that. And I'm very happy because we see that now this idea, at least to start regulating platforms and including also the issue of algorithms in platforms, is now not just limited to Europe. Because we see it in the US, we see a debate in the US. Now in California, there was a broader issue about algorithms and artificial intelligence, which is still under some heavy attack even from the governor in California. But at ILO, and this is the very important element, is that ILO wants now to start dealing with platforms, but including also this issue of algorithms. And I think this is an international start. I was at a G7 meeting where this was one of the major topics, and I hope that we will be able to continue, because at least for the time being, the US are in a more positive position on this, to deal with this and to discuss that. Well, we will see after the 5th of November what will happen with that, but at least there is an international approach. Now, just on the platform issue, first, I think what is very important, and it was said by one or two speakers, it's the intrusion of algorithms in your most private life. It's to measure your emotions. And we know that platforms are doing that. And this is part of the selection of people either allowed to stay on the platform or eventually being kicked out. And I think this is something we cannot accept, because this is really a way of surveillance which goes beyond everything. Because if you can read your feelings, your emotions, your plans in life, as somebody said about, will this woman be pregnant or not, and depending on this, it might change the way how she gets her promotion or not, and all this stuff. This is something we have to regulate and stop. And I think this is as one of the first principle in the limitations on processing personal data, which includes emotions or the psychological state of the person. So I think this really, we have to work on that. And this is, by the way, also linked to in the study where you discuss about the stress. Because one of the issue of algorithmic management or control is people are stressed because they know they are under surveillance, but they do not know how and which conclusion is drawn. And I think this is something which I was very interested in reading the different components which you analyzed in this study, and how finally at the end about trust, about the control, about autonomy, at the end it's about the health and safety of workers. And I think this is a very important thing. The second one is about transparency, because somebody said it's a black box. Yes, at least it's a black box for the worker. Maybe it becomes more and more a black box for even the managers, because these algorithmic systems have a self-learning process. So they, and this brings us back that they escape from control and they function on their basis. The human oversight is fundamental, because if we have no human oversight, we cannot negotiate. We cannot have the normal role of unions. We cannot have the normal role of representatives. So if there is no human oversight, and I think this is something which we have always defended as also the human review. I have already mentioned the safety and health and the risks which are linked to that, stress, burnout, and all these social diseases which are increasing. And which, by the way, when I am told, yes, artificial intelligence, we need it, and I agree, because of productivity. But if we use it in a way where people start to be sick and where absenteeism increases, well, productivity is not anymore an issue, because then productivity is not anymore for sure. And I think the last point is about information and consultation. We have this directive of 2002, which is what it is. I think it should be improved and enlarged, but it is there. And I think we have to see how this directive can be used precisely to make algorithmic management part of the control, part of the consultation by representatives in the union. And as again the study shows us, and it was said also, I think, through different experiences in Norway and other places, when people have the impression that first there is transparency and there is consultation, there is discussion, what can be done and what should not be done, how things are used and how things are performed, I think this is essential. And that's why we have to make sure that unions are now preparing, and I like very much the training of unions, because for everybody, artificial intelligence is some kind of a black box. And I think it's essential not just to train people to use artificial intelligence, but especially to understand and to understand what is really meant by that. Now, I think we have some elements, but the next challenge is to build a real protection for workers, not against artificial intelligence, but for a better use of artificial intelligence, which respects our values and our social model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, President of FEPS. Happy
Yes.
to have you here.
Pleasure
Welcome.
also to come back to this house.
Go ahead.
Look, I will be telegraphic because I know that we are out of our time limit. But for sure, we are dealing with the next frontier central issue of working conditions, and I would say about our life as human beings, because the question is, how far can we accept to be controlled in our bodies and in our minds? This is the big question at stake, and the fundamental attachment we have to freedom as a central pillar of our way to understand how we should live. Then we have the reverse question is, how far can we use AI as a tool to improve well-being for the users and for the workers? Because we need to see also the other side of the coin. And that's for sure that we are dealing with a radical invention, AI, moving very fast, in the middle of this larger digital transformation. So this is really an urgent question to be addressed. And I do think that we need to prepare a kind of a political initiative at European level, combining regulation, new way of conducting social dialogue, training, public awareness. So we need to use different tools. And the issue is really urgent. From my viewpoint, we should build on two streams of regulation already underway. One is about digital agenda. Yes, over the last years we have introduced several important pieces, the GDPR, the Act, and so on. But it's very clear this is not enough. And we have a second stream, which is about working conditions in the framework of the social pillar and then the action plan conducted by Nicolas Schmit as a remarkable commissioner. You add the last piece, the Digital Work Directive, but I remember in our personal talk you told me, Maria, I know this is a very important move, I hope I can get it, but I know that after that we need to go to AI-specific instruments. And here we are. Yes, we need a special AI and working conditions directive. From my viewpoint, this is pretty clear. And I'm very grateful to the initiative of the Economic and Social Committee and the Workers Group. You took the lead, pushing for this, the pioneer opinion. I read your draft, very good way to frame. So congratulations to the rapporteurs, very good piece of work. And then I think again, this is a happy story of conference because we had initiative coming from civil society, the workers' side. We have European institutions already in full move to address this, and let's see the next term. And we have our role as think tanks, FEPS, but many others were represented in this table, bringing a lot of interesting inputs. And so this shows that Europeans can bring a special insight. And I really hope, coming back to other examples, that by moving fast, we can provide better standards, not only for Europeans, but better standards in global terms. So we can do it. So this is my hope, and many thanks for all of those who were involved, and we go on working together. Thank you very much.
I mean, I am now in quite a difficult situation because normally I am finished within 1.5 minutes. Today, I would like to speak for at least 20, but I'm not going to do so. I mean, we did have incredibly rich, interesting, and valuable inputs in today's conference, and I'm extremely happy for it. I mean, for me, a lot of opened boxes with issues, questions, and things to deal with for immediate and midterm, long-term future. extremely important for me, the philosophical, ethical issues, which have been mentioned several times, where actually my integrity starts and ends, you know, how much I can leave, you know, the outside world to get into myself, and how to differentiate where it is for good and where it is really not acceptable anymore. What is also clear to me that the gap between the technological development and the pace which is increasing all the time, and our mental and ethical acceptance of these changes and ability to grasp it, to accept it, to work with it, and to be on top of it is one of the main challenges. The balance, the changing balance of power has been mentioned several times. I mean, regulation, which was not that much, you know, debated today here, but is the elephant in the room. So bits and pieces are existing, but definitely we need to develop on it. We need to develop with these philosophical and ethical issues in mind to really go in the right direction. And in a way, and I was happy that it has been mentioned here, I guess we are under-regulated. We are not over-regulated, but in some of the issues, and this is one of those, because it's really extremely challenging and in a way dangerous, I guess we are under-regulated. Of course, we are not going to be pushing for whichever regulation to be adopted, you know, swiftly without, you know, really having the good architecture. But I guess from the contributions and from the debate, it was definitely very clear to me. Trade unions' role, in a way, same tasks, business as usual, but completely new challenges with the new training and new skills needed to be able to negotiate arrangements on these new situations which are brought with the AI to the workplace. Of course, democracy, especially workplace democracy, very much in the spotlight. Information consultation you mentioned, co-determination has been mentioned here several times today, and I am happy for it because we are talking about it for quite some time, and I know that you are quite a strong supporter of it, not just in the AI context. And of course, what has been said now at the end, we need to be joining forces. And today's conference is a brilliant example that this could work really in a wonderful way, very efficient, I would say, and be sure that we are gonna be initiators of continuing cooperation with the different actors and allies on the scene to be progressing. Because in a way, we are at the beginning and we need step-by-step practical successes and achievements to get where we need to be, to the decent lives, decent work, decent jobs, social Europe. By this, I hope we can, for our members in Group 2, send round the presentations, because this is enormous food for thoughts. And I'm going to be being in that for long weeks. And let me just thank the interpreters, which are not here anymore, but they've done an incredible job. But of course also the technicians, our Group 2 technical support. Of course, all that have been presenting here the very interesting contributions. You, as a brilliant audience, I'm sure you would have had much more questions and comments, but unfortunately time was limited. But also to the moderators, because this has been an incredibly tough job. So thanks to both of them, and of course both the secretariats, because without them we would never get here, and it has been enormous, enormous, enormous work. And lastly, of course, huge thanks to you. By saying that, as I indicated already, there's a networking reception co-hosted by Group 2 and by FEPS, and we are happy for that. And it's just over there, so go there and continue with the talks.